really appreciate it. So, and then I've got an update here in a bit, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Casey.
Good morning, Ryan Casey, CHSAA staff. I'm in charge of all things data and CLOC.
Kathy Lynn.
I'm Amy Sanchez, my assistant principal at St. Creek High School, Falcon District 49 in Colorado Springs.
And I'm Sean O'Donnell, and I'm the principal of the high school in Pagosa Springs.
Hi, I'm Ryan West. I'm athletic director at Regis Jesuit High School and past president of the board of directors.
John Sullivan, CHSAA staff. I oversee softball, football, wrestling, and baseball.
Morning, Angela Powell, Holyoke RE1J, principal of the.
Good morning, John Hill, Director of Athletics, Colorado Academy, 10 years now at CA. What else do I do? CHSAA, Field Hockey Committee Chair, sat on the CLOC Task Force the last couple of years, and I'm also on the Foundation Board.
I'm Kirk Clayton. I'm superintendent with Delta County School District. I'm also on the finance committee here with CHSAA, and I oversee all of our athletics in our district.
I'm Reed Downey. I'm the athletic director at Flatirons Academy. I've been there 10 years. I'm currently on the football committee, this CLOC committee, and then the board of directors.
Morning, Amanda McClure, CHSAA staff for communications.
Good morning, Rashawn Davis, CHSAA staff. I oversee speech and debate, music, esports, and student leadership.
Good morning, Bethany Brookins, CHSAA staff. I oversee boys and girls volleyball, boys and girls tennis, boys and girls skiing, and boys and girls basketball.
Almost forgot that.
Almost forget basketball. Thank you.
We do have a couple of committee
like,
members. We do have a couple of committee members that weren't able to make it today. And I want to recognize their efforts and let them know that we will miss their leadership and input today. Paul Kane, District Athletic Director, Mesa County Valley School District 51, has recently had a knee replacement. So he's still trying to get his dance card filled up. So, but we'll miss Paul today. And Audra Lane, who is the superintendent of DeBeck School District. And Audra had a conflict she could not avoid. And so we're definitely thinking about them. And then staff, Aaron will not be here today. He actually got sick overnight. So hoping he can get well soon. And then Jen is out today as well. And Mike Book is online representing us from the West Slope. So Mike, thank you.
Mike, can you hear us good? You got us all good?
Yeah, you're good.
Awesome, man. All right. Well, again, welcome everybody and thank you for being here. Today's a busy day. Our agenda is full. And so we're going to jump right to it. But today is really important. And so we have time to as much deliberation as we need, as much time as we need to talk through these things. And I appreciate your thoughtfulness and conversations we've already started to have. And so a couple objectives or outcomes of today is we are really looking to approve the classification splits for the 26-28 cycle. We're looking to approve classification placements for that same cycle, approve our member school league placements. We're looking at placing member schools that are still looking for a league. And then we also are looking to approve our probationary schools. And so as well as about any other thing that could possibly come up today. But those are kind of our core outcomes that we need to make sure we walk out of here really setting the tone for the membership. And all of that will be put into our committee report that will go to the Legislative Council. So before we jump too hard into the details, I do think it's important to say thank you to a few folks. And so really wanted to give a shout out to Kathy Lentz for making this all happen for us and keeping an eye on us. I know Mike, keeping an eye on Mike's a full-time hustle. But now helping get me through CLOC is another full-time job. And so I appreciate Kathy so much. Wanted to thank Mike for his leadership and all that he does for the membership and helping me with this CLOC process, being a new chair. There was some hand holding that probably needed to be done, and Mike's been the best at being a mentor and helping make sure that I'm prepared for this. Wanted to shout out CHSAA staff. Ryan Casey and the work that he does with data and these are complex things and challenges. Bethany with all the work with the new schools and the probationary status and really supporting member schools. And then John Sullivan with football leagues. That is a unenviable task, to say it. Lightly. So, and with that, I'll turn it over to Mike for our commissioner welcome.
Thanks, Patrick. We'll segue right into and keep with the theme of gratitude. I want to, as we talked through just today's agenda, want to re-express my gratitude to this group, your leadership, your broad perspective. This is not the easiest committee to be part of because the decisions that you make are so impactful to school communities across the entire state and to individual schools. We recognize that we don't get the luxury of just trying to make a decision on what's best for one. Your responsibility has to be with the broad perspective of what's best for 373 high schools in the state. And sometimes that is really challenging because it can be in conflict with knowing that it may not be the best thing for this particular school or community, or sometimes classification or sometimes sport. But at the end of the day, it's about that broad perspective. I also think that, creating that consistency in the process in this group, you'll really be, that's been a primary focus of ours over the last few years, and try to do this in a way that the membership can understand and feels they have access to, not just in terms of accessing information, but access to the process. And that's really important to make sure that those voices are heard, that we look through those lenses as much as we can, but that we represent all the voices across the state in every capacity. So there's been a lot of changes in this process since the last time we did this 3 years ago in 2022. Typically, we would have gone through this entire process a year ago, again, for a process that's not even going to start until next fall. One of the major changes that have happened since then is the shortened timeline that we're acting in. So it has really, truly been 3 years since this meeting, the last time we did this. I can tell you at the time as a rookie commissioner, Clay Abla, dealing with a rookie commissioner coming in and trying this, and thank God I had the staff to support and be part of that team to say, hey, well, let's get through this. As we went through that process 3 years ago, we did recognize that there were some areas where we could improve the process. Please understand, and as we go through this today, whether we're talking about splits, whether we're talking about placements, whether we're talking about the process itself, a few things that we came to recognize, and that's putting a task force together to look at the changes that needed to be made, making sure voices were represented. And that was that, one, there's not a perfect system when it comes to classifying schools and programs. There's simply not. If there was, it wouldn't be a primary topic each and every year in every meeting that we go to with other leaders across the country. If there was a perfect one, we'd grab it and we would take it and we would embrace it and we'd say, let's do it. There's not. And the reality of that is where it's felt most evident is in the sense that a system, a structure that is built forth a whole of 373 can't always address every individual or unique situation. And that goes back to that doing what is best for the broad perspective group, as opposed to sometimes it's not always the individual best thing. So that's what makes it challenging, because if the system could address every unique or even sometimes not so unique, but just challenges that we know exist, there's a fine balance there. So we have to do that. Another reality that we have to think about as we go through this, especially relative to this process, is we have a classification structure. Years ago, if you remember the movie Hoosiers, most of you probably will, Indiana was a state that they just had one classification. It was one classification. Every school played in that classification, and that was the whole intent of that movie. Was a very small school comes all the way up and beats one of the biggest schools in the state. Love that movie. We don't have that. And if we did, the irony of this classification system in Indiana is they still had a biggest school and a smallest school. We have upwards of 7 classifications in some sports, and some we do just have one. But in any time in those classifications, we're always going to have a biggest and we're always going to have a smallest. And if you are the smallest, that's hard. That's hard. One of the challenges that we recognized in terms of changes to this process was we did keep using the term, and I think it's really good that we do, but to say we would love a system that creates as much competitive equity as we can. And we use the term competitive equity almost as much as we use the term educationally based athletics. which is great, but we have to think about how we define those terms. And when we say competitive equity, we did have a system that was very dominant in the concept of playing down classifications to help your program sustain, or even in some cases, just be really successful. And that speaks to the fact that if you're bigger in the classification, that you have some advantages. You're bigger, you pull from a bigger pool. One of the primary things we addressed 3 years ago or recognized is that when we have a system that plays down, there's not a whole lot of equity if you're the smallest in the classification. There's no place for you to go. So we need to make sure we're cognizant of that and we have some balance. So another major change we made was to provide an objective criteria to when it made sense for you to play down. If you still felt it was okay for you to play down, that's fine. But at that point, postseason competition wouldn't be the reality there for you. You wouldn't get that opportunity because the purpose of playing down is to sustain programs. So what we did as a group, as a team, the CLOC committee, the task force, and the board of directors said, let's put an objective criteria on that, because what the purpose of playing down a classification should be is to maintain your program and try to build it. Data does show when you have a school that's really struggling in the classification they're in, and they are really not experiencing any level of success, the data shows that many times we lose those programs. But to identify what that is, so there is a purpose and a reality of why we should allow a school to come down and play to help sustain and build their program. The concept shouldn't be to come down so we can experience success down there in the concept of postseason, because when we just play down for that reason, we have to recognize that there are schools in that classification already that when you do play down, you're taking postseason places from those schools. So there should be a part of that. And what we did through this process is identified that. We also talked about a competitive equity system can not only move down if you're really struggling, but if you're really dominant, you should have the opportunity to move up. And I know people wouldn't see it necessarily all the time as an opportunity, but it does depend on the lens you want to look through it. But if you're very successful in the classification that you compete in, then see how you do in that next classification up. That is the definition of competitive equity. If you don't have that component, then what you have is a play down system to help maintain programs. And we wanted to recognize that as a task force, as a CLOC, and as a board, and as a membership, because the membership ended up approving all these things. The last two things I'll talk about just briefly in terms of major changes is, if you remember 3 years ago, the enrollment that counts that we were using, which are so foundational to our entire process, and that is the one consistent in all processes across the country that we studied, is enrollment is the basis. And I know so many of you heard me say this so many times, so I apologize. But if I have 250 kids in my school, the best way for me to measure competitive equity would say, play somebody else that has 250 kids in their school. Now, we recognize the realities that my 250 might look completely different than your 250, and there could be real reasons for that. And that's part of what we need to look at. But the other thing we want to talk about in that regard is that this process itself cannot be the cure for every systemic issue that could be the reason that your 250 aren't having success. It doesn't answer all those questions. Again, not a perfect system. So that number of enrollment is very critical in how we place our schools. If that is true, what we were doing 3 years ago is just using a one-time reported number and a one-time reported October count. And that number might be reflective of where your enrollment is at the time, but it also has a great chance to say, you know what, that one number really isn't showing the trend in our enrollment. We had so many schools coming in saying, we're dropping numbers, and if you're in the smaller community, you could have 1 or 2 families move out of the community, and that impacts greatly, not just your enrollment, but your programs. And so we needed to really make sure we were getting an idea of what are the trends in that enrollment and where are we seeing it go up, where are we seeing it go down. So the move to using a 3-year average enrollment was a very big foundational and fundamental change, and we think a very positive one that the membership approved. So the numbers in the enrollment you're looking at today are reflective of the last 3 years. Now, with that, and Ryan will talk about this a little bit, the caveat is that the numbers that were reported in October that went into that average, we still need to cross-reference them with the numbers from January's official reported numbers from CDE. That gives us the accurate number for the most recent count that we can have. Remember when we did this 2-3 years ago, we were using an October count from that October for a cycle that still isn't even going to start from 3 years ago. It started in 24. So it was a long time. So that number, you could have had 2 classes graduate and impact your enrollment before that cycle started. So those are really great changes, and I wanted to point those out. Lastly, one of the major changes you're going to see as we go through the process today from 3 years ago is the splits, how the splits were determined. Ryan's going to talk about that again, and as we go through, and we'll talk about that. But that was a really important part of the process because that is what determines obviously where you fall in those classifications and who's big and who's small and where everybody else falls. And I can tell you, where that split is, if you're within 5% range of that split, that impacts your school community. That can have, I've been there, I've been the smallest school in a classification. I've been one of the bigger schools in a classification when I was at the building level. And it does impact your community and how you approach things. So those numbers are very important. The one thing that we struggled with was at the time that we were really working hard, and the focus was on trying to make sure that each of those classifications was balanced. So in other words, if you had 4 classifications in a sport, each classification should have, let's say, 35, 35, 35, 35. And it would create these real random cutoffs and splits that would change every 2 years because it was based on the number of programs that the schools in that classification had. So in other words, you might have volleyball that has this year has 65 teams. Next go around, it had 78. That's going to throw those splits way out of balance. So you got to redo the numbers again. And then you would have same sports, even like soccer, that would have one set of enrollment splits for girls and another set of enrollment splits for boys. Now there are there are costs and benefits and balance to finding something, how to balance that out without going all the way over to one side. So what is a good balance? And the direction that the staff took along with at the direction of the task force and as we went through this was to look and say, how can we work hard to group like schools, but more importantly, how can we establish classification splits that make sense for those classifications? They still allow us to have some semblance of balance. And that's really important because a bulk of our schools fall in the 3A, 4A, 2A, 3A, 4A range. So you got to think about that, how we do that. It is a little bit of a bell curve when you start thinking of the numbers that are in each of those classifications. And every time you make a change to 1 or 2 programs, it can throw those other classifications. It has a ripple effect. Every time you change something, it's like throwing a rock into a pond and you can watch it. So what the efforts there were to try to establish consistent splits so that moving forward years from now, we at least know these are the enrollment splits. They're not going to change every 2 years based on the number of programs we have. Now, the costs of that are that you can have some unequal classifications. You could have 55 in this classification and 41 in this classification. And so you got to recognize that's one of the things that we give up is that exact balance. But is that worth saying? We like the consistency across sports. We like the consistency that we know year or classification cycle to cycle. We'll kind of know where we're going to fall and when our enrollment goes. And it's not a guessing game a few months out when we hear what the splits are. And now we've got things all over the place. It's again, not going to be perfect. And we may learn things as this committee goes through this process today that we'll need to work on as we get into the future. So I think the commitment by the group, I can tell you on the behalf of the staff and also the board and all of us that have worked on this over the last few years is that we were truly committed to a few things. One was consistency in the process. Try to be consistent and make it something that even if an athletic director, a principal, a superintendent had to go back to their district and explain why we ended up where we did, at least there was an objective criteria or an objective part that you said, here's exactly why. 3 years ago, this committee was oftentimes put in a very challenging position to make a subjective evaluation on whether to move someone up, move someone down, deal within those differing enrollment split, classification splits, it was very challenging for this committee. And so consistency was hugely important to us. Transparency is the second piece that is very important. And I want to recognize through this part, Ryan Casey, for the work he did on things like the classification dashboard, the enrollment dashboard, the information, because transparency in the process is about having the information that you need to understand what's happening. And I'm going to say Ryan and Ryan worked, we gave him great support, but Ryan built a platform that conveyed that information in a way that was understood, that people could access and understand why is it. So even at the end of the day, if you say, hey, this wasn't what was best for my school, but at least I can go back to my community and explain why that was. That was very important. And then the last thing was access. And it plays into that, just having access to the information so you can look at it. So you as a member school can see it, you can evaluate it. Even if you disagree with it, you can look and say, okay, at least I know. So consistency, transparency, and access were really important to this group, and I want to thank them for their efforts there. So lastly, as we get into this today, I did want to just, again, thank this group. I really want to thank Patrick for his leadership. He has really assumed this role, chairing this group, and his leadership is seen across so many fronts, and we're so grateful for him. I also want to thank Kathy, because there's no way that I even get through a day without Kath holding up our team, and really appreciative there of the staff that did so much work. This process starts for us, as you can imagine, last spring, if not even before that. So a lot of work goes into it there. And then just definitely want to make sure that we, again, this is really when we talk about us being a membership, and you'll probably hear this theme a couple of times from me today, because it'll be evident in a few things, is we have to support each other. Again, there's going to be times when it's not the best thing for us, or times when it is. Some of these changes are great, and you're like, oh, wow, this is great for my school community. At the end of the day, we're still a membership, and we have to support each other, and we have to believe in our mission and our vision and the purpose of why we exist. And that's to provide opportunities for kids to grow, not just to compete in sports, but to grow their human growth and development where they fit in. We were at esports yesterday, and it's one of our fastest, continues to be one of our fastest growing. And as we're handing out those trophies, and I'm thinking, I always think this with esports, these were our kiddos that are finding their niche. They're finding where to fit in with their family. That's true for speech and debate. That's true for volleyball. That's true for baseball. Doesn't matter. It's about giving our kids that opportunity. At the end of the day, that's why we're here. And so every decision we make today should be with that at the forefront of our decision making, why we do things, looking ourselves in, like, in the mirror at the end of the day, saying that was a decision that, even if it ends up being not a great decision, at the time in my heart, it was the decision I made because I knew it was what was best for kids and school communities. We can always rest on that. So I really appreciate your efforts today, your open-mindedness, the discussion, the dialogue, the trust, the vulnerability to have open and honest communication. And we're going to make some really great decisions today. So Patrick, thank you.
Yeah, and I if I can piggyback for just a second, I think there's a few of us in the room that were here a couple years ago on that CLOC. And I can tell you from my personal experience, and I know everybody else in the room would say the same, it was very challenging. It was very subjective on that. And not that to downplay the decisions of today. There's going to be some challenging decisions today. There's no doubt about that. But I really appreciate Ryan and Mike's work on this and the task force, because sitting on both ends of that, it feels vastly different in the way you can explain these things and the way you can really look at the data in a way we just couldn't do a few years ago. And that made that a really challenging day for so many communities. The other part of that is to piggyback is, please, I kind of joke about being out of here on time, and I want to operate that way. These are tough decisions. And so please, let's have the conversation today, because we have a lot of perspectives in this room, a lot of different experiences and schools that we represent. And so there's going to be some tough decisions. And so please make sure your voice gets in the room. And if I can do something to help make that happen along the way, please don't hesitate to say something, because I think that's going to be foundational in us doing the best we can today. So So a couple things is, please make sure if you don't have it up already, which it looks like most do, the agenda for today, the digital copy there has all of the links that we're gonna need for all these proposals, to go through. I again appreciate Ryan and Kathy and Mike for making sure all those were good for us, to see that. The next part of the agenda here is for us to take just a brief look here at Article 15 in the bylaws on page 39 through 42, and that link is there under Section 3 to just kind of ground in where we are currently with classifications. So as we're looking at the current structure of how many sports, how many classifications each sport has, because that's going to be the conversation that we have today about making changes to those or keeping them the same. Is there anything
Yeah,
else?
one of the primary roles of the CLOC and where we'll start today on the agenda, as Patrick mentioned, where you will start, is in determining the number of classifications for each sport. So very seldom, this is not something that we do very often, but it is part of the process, especially of this meeting, as we think forward to the next cycle. What we're saying is, should we be adding any classifications to specific sports? What are we seeing as a membership? Where are we projecting that we may need to look at adding some classifications? So with that, right now, there aren't any major changes in terms of classification. We do have a couple for you. And the way that we approach this as a CLOC is to do it by season. So we'll talk about the fall, then we'll talk about the winter, then we'll talk about the spring. And staff at this time, based on number of teams and looking at those classifications, we would like to ask for the CLOC support to direct a couple of sports to look at adding classifications, not for this cycle. We'll talk about the ones for this cycle here in just a minute, but for the 26-28 classification, or excuse me, by the 28-30 cycle. So after the next cycle, we'd like to see some direction to the volleyball committee to maybe consider adding a 6A classification. We would also like to encourage the football committee to look at adding the possibility of an open division in 5A classification for postseason. So those are two that we're feeling some conversation we think could have some positives. I would tell you, I think staff is already on top of that and talking about it, but I did want to convey that. And then we will get to the other additions here in just a little bit. So. So I think we would be ready to jump to football classifications.
Yeah, why not?
Let the fun begin.
Start the party, right? So we'll turn it over to John to talk through some of our football proposals and leagues and just the work. Again, said it in the beginning, but I think we can't say it enough as a membership. Thank you to John and the football committee for that. That is a really challenging task. To navigate that process. As you know, football is done different than all the other sports, right? Their football leagues are put together by the football committee. So John, I don't want to. Right.
Thank you, Patrick. Just to again catch people up, last year through recommendation from CLOC, we had the ability as a committee to create multi-class leagues. We wanted to create multi-class leagues for the flexibility potentially be more competitive. You're losing some programs. This would allow us to potentially place schools in a more appropriate league for competitiveness. It also gave us a little bit of flexibility geographically. While the system that we created certainly isn't perfect, we feel we've done a pretty decent job. To create a set of leagues that we put forth. In allowing multi-class leagues, what this also did, kind of an unintended consequence, both positive and negative, it created more options, but it also created some frustration with some schools in terms of where they were placed. So there was a process where if schools had some concerns, we could allow them to create a proposal that would then come back to the football committee and finally through CLOC here to vote upon. So what I'd like to do is present some proposals that have come forth from various places around the state that would alter what the football committee our initial leagues that we put forth, and get some recommendations from CLOC. Okay. So we'll start with six-man committee did create a series of leagues that would be supported by the football committee. Patrick, do you want me to go through all of this stuff or just by class? Right?
Yeah, so I'd love some feedback from the committee on this, but my initial reaction to how we should navigate through football is that we should go through and talk about each proposal. So we'll talk about six-man, talk about the proposals and vote on those individual proposals within that classification. And then once we get through all the proposals, then we would vote to approve the six-man as either amended or as recommended by the committee. And then if we can have John talk through six-man, which he just did, and then we would go into eight-man, talk about proposals, and we kind of work our way through it that way versus trying to do it as a wholesale. Does that sound appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. So six-man, I just mentioned. Eight-man, I do want to say this at this point. There are some items that have changed since the football committee initially.
Can I cut you off? Sorry. Could we, with six-man, it looks like the football committee, there's no proposals to the six-man. And so I'd like the CLOC to take a vote on six-man and we can just approve that now. If that's okay with you.
Make a motion that we approve the six-man as presented.
Right, so we got a motion to approve the six-man classification and leagues, or six-man leagues as recommended by the football committee. We got a second by Ryan. Any further discussion from the committee?
So let me back up a little bit. So there were a few changes to six-man. We met as a six-man committee. We reoriented a couple things. So what was presented, what was given to you guys were the changes. So the proposal was just a little bit of a restructure. So I would ask that be accepted. Sorry, Kurt. What's that?
Is that what you presented to us?
This is correct. Yes. Yes. What was presented to you? Correct. Yeah. Those that might be listening online would know that this is slightly different than what was initially put out. This is correct. No.
What's different about?
There are
this
some
compared to
geographic
others?
changes that some schools had. For example, I believe Wiley was placed in the Southwest. So just six-man does a great job in essentially coming together. We have a postseason meeting where they, talk through some stuff. There was email chains going around with all the athletic directors and coaches, and everybody got a voice. So this is a great way to basically come up with a final solution. So.
Any other conversation or discussion around this? So just to state one more time, so the proposal is we have a motion to approve the six-man leagues as presented on the screen there and in our packet. We've got a second by Mr. West. And so if there's no further discussion, we'll call for a vote. All right, seeing none. So all in favor of approving this six-man leagues as presented? Say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, eight-man.
Okay, we have two proposals from eight-man. There were a couple other changes to eight-man in terms of classifications and co-ops that will be indicated and seen on the final leagues, but those are not proposals. So the two proposals came in. One proposal was to switch center in Sanford's leagues. And this is a little bit more for geographic concerns as well. Not a huge geographic concern, but there are slight differences. Sanford currently is in a league with some Southwest schools, and they would like to remain in that league. And Center's similar. They're in a league with some schools in the Valley. They would like to stay there. Football committee had them flip-flopped, so we would be supportive of that change.
Questions for John about Center and Sanford and switching?
They both were confirmed, that was good.
Yes, I got confirmation from both schools.
John, are there any football committee concerns about competitive balance by switching the two?
8-man's a little bit difficult in terms of competitive balance. One league is probably stronger than the other league, and moving Sanford over there does create an even stronger league, but geographically, there's not a ton we can do with that.
Any questions around that one? All right.
Are we voting on that proposal for the switch? Yeah,
So are we doing each one of the proposals?
correct,
So those two switches got to vote.
correct. So for this one, we could accept a motion on the Center Sanford switch. All right, motion to approve. We got a motion to approve. We got a second by Sean. So we have a motion to approve Center and Sanford switching leagues as initially presented by the football committee. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of that switch, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion passes. So we will switch Center and Sanford.
Thank you. The next proposal came in from Clear Creek High School. They would like to switch leagues with Estes Park. Their concerns are geographic concerns and travel. This would increase their travel costs, which, when you're increasing travel costs, that obviously plays into account the number of families that can attend games, going, away games, things like that. So they had some concerns with that. So they asked if Clear Creek and Estes Park could switch spots. Both of those are in primary leagues that are similar to the schools in League G. So while that does make sense, the concern the football committee had with this is by reducing the travel of Clear Creek, you're increasing the travel for Estes Park. In looking at the mileage difference between the two, they're very, very similar. In fact, Estes Park's is slightly more if that trade was made. The members of the football committee were not in support of this particular proposal. It was discussed in depth, but we do want to recognize the implications it does have to include Clear Creek in that new competitive league, which we think they are based on after this past year able to handle that competitiveness. But we do want to acknowledge that we are adding extra travel and costs to them.
My question is Estes, what is Estes Park for?
I did not get, they were not involved. No one from Clear Creek told me that Estes Park was involved or, supportive of this or not.
That primary league is the Mile High Academy, Mile High League, which Flatiron Academy is part of. That's just not.
Yeah. What?
Other Mile High teams, just as Clear Creek wants to, right? So it's a lateral. It's not beneficial.
Kurt, when I initially talked to the Estes Park folks, they preferred to be in League G as well.
Any other thoughts, questions?
Is there any consideration of any other teams in the League G that are closer geographically or would not create?
Not really. There's something that the 8-man committee, they spent more time on just League D than pretty much anything else. Tried to find a fix. They did not come up with anything. So again, we want to be in a position where we are creating full schedules for schools. One of our tasks as a football committee. And again, I want to reiterate that we understand.
Any other questions for John or any other thoughts?
I think we always need to be mindful of travel, but I don't see, in looking across all those leagues, I don't see a really easy travel schedule for anyone to go into League D. And you need at least one more in League D. And it's unfortunate that League D is, but like they all are close, in close proximity. And whoever you put into that league is going to have to travel regardless.
So if we just move Clear Creek out of that league and put them in League G, it creates another mess in terms of scheduling. League D now does not have the ability to do crossover. They're not just losing one game, they're losing multiple games. That league already struggles mightily to get non-conference games. Yes.
Yes, and I would speak to some of those schools are in my, my league. And it is a massive struggle. And in fact, two, if not three of those, teams play up, a couple games. So they'll play 11-man games just to fill a schedule at this point.
So at this, I guess if there's no further questions, we can accept a motion on this one.
I move that we do not approve Clear Creek's transition to league.
Motion? Need a second? A second from John Hill. So the motion is to deny Clear Creek's request to flip with Estes Park. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, so a yes vote is that to deny Clear Creek's request. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Clear Creek is denied that request.
Okay, next I'd like to talk about 1A and 2A.
Oh, yeah, sorry, John.
Talk about 1A. There were a couple other changes with 8-man. Del Norte previously had wanted to play up in 11-man. They have since football committee had put out our initial leagues, have changed their mind and would like to be 8-man and play at their enrollment. And Sargent and Sangre de Cristo will be co-oping. So they will be combining their numbers in the co-op, still leave them in the 8-man window.
Those changes, John, have nothing to do with CLOC, correct? That's just awareness. Okay. So question procedurally, Mike, on this one. So to support 8-man, do we need to vote on it being amended, or since it's not
As amended.
as amended?
Yep.
Okay. So for 8-man, we need a motion to approve the 8-man leagues as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Motion, we got a second. Any further discussion on 8-man as a whole?
So as a whole, the only changes are in green and 2 yellow.
Correct. Yep, and Sargent and Sangre and Del Norte are just awareness, not our votes. All right, seeing no further discussion, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of approving the schedule as presented there, say aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. 8-man is approved as amended. All right, 1A.
Okay, I'll talk about 1A and 2A kind of together because the proposals that came in are involved with both of those, again, with some multi-class items going on. The first one would be Buena Vista moving from League E to League B. This is for geographical purposes. While there are some schools in League E that are in their primary league, League B geographically is a better fit for them. That would be supported by the football committee. With that being the case, actually, Patrick, do you want me to go through all of them?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay, since they're all intertwined, let me go through all of these. With Buena Vista moving, there was also Peyton, who was initially in that league as well, went from League E to wanting to play an independent status. That was approved by a football committee. our office. So they will not be in that league. So that creates a hole in that league. So Salida, which is a 2A school, had put a proposal in to move to a 1A league for competitive purposes. They've struggled the last few years. It would make sense to move Salida into League E for that purpose. And then with Salida moving, there was another proposal by Alamosa to move geographically. So essentially Alamosa would then replace Salida. So there's a 3-team rotation there between classifications as well. One thing I do want the CLOC committee to be aware of in terms of the way the football committee will be doing postseason, even with Salida being 2A playing in a 1A league, they will be responsible for, they will be placed if they are qualifying in a 2A postseason. So just because you're in a mixed class league, you will play the postseason based on what your enrollment puts you in. Okay. So let me go back now. Oh, sorry. Question.
So I thought that if we requested to go down, then we're not eligible.
Sure. You're 100% right. And that was if you requested classifications. So all we're doing, Kurt, is putting them in a league.
Okay.
So not a classification.
That becomes dangerous, is all I'm saying. If we start doing that, well, I just want to be in that league versus going down a classification. It just becomes dangerous, that bylaw in my mind.
The only thing I'd say is different is with football, if you were a primary at 4A school and you wanted to move into a 2A basketball league so that you can win a bunch of games and then qualify for 4A postseason, they would say no. The league would say, no thanks, we don't want a 4A school. So I think that's why the multi-class league being adjacent, I guess you can say.
With, so when on the proposal for, so Buena Vista's request, as I understand it, is pretty geographic, right? It's simplify their travel. Salida's request was to go into League D.
League E.
So when I saw what they submitted, I thought it said D, but no space in D.
Yeah, I believe
That was my.
I believe that is incorrect.
Okay, good. So, and that could be my misreading.
In my conversations with them, it was 100% League E.
Any other, I do think there's some interesting points there brought up by, Kurt brought it up about the multi-classification leagues. We've been doing this in other sports for some time now, but football, it is a different.
Well, I'm not against the whole classification league, but when we start one based on competitive equity, when someone comes to that bylaw that we just passed, and so we just got to be careful that people aren't just saying, well, I wanted that league, but I still want to be eligible to play the postseason, because you just don't really do it.
All right. Good question.
But it was good with the geography of League E. It's very far from a lot of those schools.
Yes, they are. Their greater concern was the competitiveness.
They said they were willing to give on the geographical piece in order to be able to compete.
Correct.
All right. Well, any other questions with kind of the 3-team? Any questions about Alamosa? That one was just, there's now a spot open and they could, by that spot being open, Alamosa moves into a more geographically favorable league. That's the.
Yeah, there was League A and 2A has just an unbelievable amount of travel. So it would help out a little bit. It's still a lot.
Got that big Pagosa budget.
Yeah, we didn't actually talk about mileage from Pagosa to Aspen, but there's no easy way to get there. It's not.
Well, let's be honest, in 1A and 2A football, like it's travel no matter what. And even if you don't do these type of league situations, then you're finding 4 games somewhere else and you're traveling even further. So, I know Northeast Colorado, I speak Northeast Colorado language, but like you're traveling into Kansas and Nebraska and all over the God's green earth. So like 1A and 2A is travel no matter what.
I think that Because I think as we have some discussions today, I'm going to use Mace County as a good example. They have just enough schools at the 4A and 5A level where they may be able to. Problem is they can't find non-conference games. So it forces them into a situation where they have to go far to get league games because they schedule their non-conference against each other, because that's where, so we need to keep that in mind, that when we say we don't have, like for league travel, we are talking about significant league travel, but we have a lot of control over our non-conference schedule, which is a lot of times more than half of where we schedule. So it's not always a negative from that standpoint. And we have a number of schools that, and that's the best example, they actually belong to leagues that aren't close because they have to schedule each other for non. So it is a real challenge.
So my only other question about this was, talk about Middle Park a little bit. Is that not in football with their changing leagues?
No, yeah, we'll talk about it when they didn't have a league home. So when we get to that section, I'll mention Middle Park because they
Does
did
that
find
not
it.
apply in football when we have a league home?
No, primary league.
All right, thank you.
Right. So at this time, I think to walk ourselves back, Buena Vista is the first probably domino we should vote on and so we'll take a motion on the Buena Vista proposal. All right, motion Ryan West. Need a second? Second, Amy. All right, so we have a motion to approve Buena Vista's request to go from, what are they requesting? They are going into League B, correct? So going from League E to League B. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of allowing Buena Vista to move from League E to League B, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed to that move? All right, that is approved. All right, so then the second domino looks like is Salida. So same thing. I would take a motion for Salida to be removed from League 2A League E and placed into 1A League E, recognizing that they still would be a 2A school playing in 2A playoffs. Sean, motion, second. Awesome. Thank you. Ryan's motion and a second for Salida to move from 2A League E to 1A League E. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of allowing Salida to make that move, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, that is approved. All right, and then last is the Alamosa proposal in 2A. So Alamosa is requesting to move from 2A League A into 2A League E. And that is supported by the football committee. So can I have a motion on that?
I'll move on that one.
John, motion, we got a motion, second?
Second.
All right, second read. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of allowing Alamosa to make that move or accepting their proposal, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right, Alamosa's request is approved. So now with those, now I think we are at a place to vote on 1A and 2A leagues in their entirety as they've been amended. So we are need a motion to approve 1A as amended, and I believe, Ryan, make sure everybody's seeing it the right way. So 1A, we've got Del Norte is going to 8-man, which that move was, and then we've got Buena Vista being approved to move, Salida being approved from 1A, wait, is that showing correctly? Yep, Salida moving out and Alamosa moving from A to E. So that bottom updated version is accurate. So can we get a motion to approve that schedule or a question?
Approve 1 and 2A at the same time?
Kind of intertwined.
Because they're intertwined, but you could in essence, separate them. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. Is there any objection to voting on 1A and 2A? Awesome. So we've got a motion, second. All right, so we've got a motion and a second to approve 1A and 2A leagues as amended. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of approving those leagues as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries 1A and 2A. Look at that, John, you said this was going to take a long time. All right, 3A. We have nothing in 3A, is that accurate, John? To make sure I'm keeping track. So 3A, as presented, and there's no even clerical changes from when this was initially put out, like 6-man, correct?
Correct.
Right. Any discussion about 3A?
There were no changes based on what the football committee had initially put out. But yeah, Kent, yeah.
All right, well, I would accept a motion to approve the 3A leagues as recommended. Awesome, thank you. Got a motion? Need a second? Second. All right, motion and a second to approve 3A leagues as recommended by the football committee. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of approving 3A football leagues, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries. 4A.
Okay, we had one 4A school that, from when we initially got information until, now has changed classifications from 4A to 5A, requesting to play up. That would be Mullen. They will be playing up, 2 classifications. They're a 3A school. They were placed in League G. The way, the 4A 5A mixed class league were set up was to allow some of the 5A schools to be in leagues that were a little bit more competitive for them. With that being the case, the football committee felt pretty strongly that in order for a league to have an auto qualifier, 2/3 of the league needed to be of that higher classification. If Mullen moved up to 5A, it would create an auto qualifier for 5A in essentially a 4A, 5A league, which in talking to the football committee, that is not something that we were in favor of. So we would like to move Mullen to a 5A league. We would like to move them to League B in 5A, which is mostly Centennial League teams. So they're primary league. With that being the case, we needed to fill that spot with a 4A school. So we would recommend moving Broomfield from essentially 5A with one 4A school into League G in the 4A, 5A mixed class leagues. Broomfield is in support of this.
Is Mullen in support of the idea of going to League D?
They are in support of going to 5A. When I spoke with them, I said there were a possibility of a couple leagues. Their major concern was playing in a 5A.
So my question is Mullen then gonna drop down in postseason for it?
No,
They're gonna.
they have determined their classification. That's why the moves has.
John, do you want to talk about Riverdale as well?
Sure. So Riverdale had also put in a proposal that involved some other leagues that had different proposals in. Ultimately, the proposal from Riverdale was to move to League B. So that is where Broomfield came from. So, to create the least amount of waves for this 3-team rotation, moving Broomfield to the 4A league. moving Riverdale over to where Broomfield came from and moving Mullen into where Riverdale initially was into what's closer to their primary league was the recommendation of the football committee.
Makes me that little three-way move makes perfect sense in terms of geography, in terms of. Well, and not only moving to 5A where they've traditionally been, but being with schools they've traditionally been with, and then geographically for Riverdale, being closer. Like a natural.
Yeah. Yeah, while this was not a proposal, it was based on the classification change. So I think this would be voted on in terms of the overall approval of the 4A and 5A leagues, not necessarily as a proposal, but just wanted to bring that up in terms of that type of movement.
Any other questions or concerns? Wonderings about the kind of 3-team trade there? Okay, now, from a procedural standpoint, with some pending changes to with the Continental League proposal for 5A, I think it would be my recommendation that we vote on 4A with that switch, that Broomfield, Mullen is out of that 4A league and Broomfield is into that 4A league, and we vote to approve 4A, and then we can talk through 5A. Is that okay? So can I get a motion to make that happen?
Motion.
Perfect. All right, so got a motion? Second. All right, so we got a motion and a second to approve the 4A leagues as recommended by the football committee. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's vote. All in favor of approving the 4A leagues as recommended, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries. 4A is approved. All right, 5A.
Okay. 5A, one proposal came in and it involved leagues A and C. The proposal essentially took the 14 teams that are in those two leagues and rearranged them for more of a geographic component to take into account the Colorado Springs schools. So hopefully you all got a chance to see that proposal. With this particular proposal, and Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong here, the schools were surveyed in terms of recommendation in terms of staying in the initial leagues that the football committee had recommended, or with the new proposal. I believe it was 19-3 in favor of making the change to the new proposal. Is that correct? In terms of football committee's recommendation, the two 5A members were split on this. So in terms of my recommendation, if it matters, I would be in favor of the change based on the feedback from the leagues.
Just a point of clarification too, especially for those on the live stream. So this proposal was submitted by the Continental League, and Ryan West was a primary architect of this, and so wanted to give Ryan the opportunity to maybe add any additional, thoughts, clarifications, wisdom on the proposal and the grounds for where that came from. And then we'll actually ask Ryan to step out when we vote on that, just procedurally, to make sure for that discussion as well as the vote process. So.
Yeah.
Further, anything else, Ryan?
Not really. I mean, the big thing is, and I know we just got done talking about a bunch of different leagues where we're talking about travel and teams are doing 150, 200 miles of travel, but that's kind of traditional in those smaller schools. That's part of the deal. Traditionally in 5A football, it's been kind of a metro based league where you have leagues that are very parallel to their primary leagues. And so the initial proposal had 3 leagues that were like that: the Northern League, and the primary Centennial League, a primary Continental League, and then the original A League was kind of for lack of better terms, the island of misfit toys. Kind of everybody was thrown into there, and you ended up with Arvada West and Ralston Valley in the same league as Fountain Fort Carson, creating league travel of over 105 miles for those particular teams each year. And you had Pine Creek into the mix down south, and so it was just really increasing the travel, lowering the likelihood of fan base to follow their teams, lowering gate revenue for the largest revenue producing sport for a lot of these schools. A lot of factors went into that. So as a Continental League member, they wanted their simple solution was to flip flop us and Valor. And I was trying to look at it big picture wise and say that doesn't address the problem of Pine Creek being in the same league as Arvada West and Ralston Valley. So kind of taking those 14 teams, having a conference call with all of the schools involved, kind of finding this happy medium where you create kind of a Western Jeffco Highlands Ranch League and then kind of a Southern Castle Rock Parker League. Seemed to be a happy medium. Allowed every school to have 2 votes, one for their athletic director, one for their head football coach. So there was 28 possible votes. So out of 22 that were cast, actually 23, one came in since because a particular person didn't have access to their email during the voting period. So it would have been 20-3 in favor of this with 5 abstention votes. And so that's where we landed on the amended proposal for 5A football for leagues A and C.
John, I remember there was quite a bit of conversation or thought from the committee about balancing the leagues competitively. Does this affect that?
Both models, in my opinion, are competitive in terms of balance. I think the original model had more of the Continental League teams together -1.
I looked at that too when I put the proposal together, the 2-year average for max prep rankings, which is what they used for the original leagues. And it does key, I only changed it by 1/10 of a point for each of those 2 leagues, so.
The ones that are highlighted in A and C are just ones that would move, that are just changes from the original.
My question is related, the ones who were not in favor, what was their rationale, or did they give any background on that?
The only ones that weren't in favor of it was because it did slightly increase their travel. The original league had all of the Continental League, basically Douglas County schools all together. So with this proposal, it splits up some of the Douglas County schools, increases their travel slightly, but not to the degree of the original proposal for League A. And it still leaves, to Mike's point earlier, it still leaves the opportunity for those schools then to play non-league games against each other.
Any additional questions for Ryan before we ask him to leave so we can talk about him? Or talk about the proposal submitted by Ryan? All right, thank you, sir. All right, so we do have, just procedurally to make sure, and keep me honest on this, procedurally, and John, I think we need to vote on the Continental League proposal. That's one vote. And then the football, or then using the crossover logic, we would need to vote to approve the 5A, because that would be 2 different things, right? Because Ryan's doesn't capture that, or does?
Ryan's does not have the schools in the correct order in terms of the crossover, but the leagues would be the same.
Does that matter on voting, or is it just?
No, that's more of an organizational piece. I think just the schools in the correct league. That's what he had proposed, so.
Okay, any further discussion in this room before we get into the motion in a second?
Crossover work, my only concern is that might work great, but if a team had already planned on playing another team and all of a sudden have to travel or have a way worse matchup, might get some drawback there.
You might be right with that. Yeah, the matchups, they would change. There's no doubt about that with the school switching spots. I don't know about way worse matchups because the way we put them in order for everyone's knowledge is we rank them from top to bottom based on this past year's Max Preps rating. So Ralston Valley would be at the top no matter what. I think Mountain Vista was initially in League C. They would have been at the top. So instead of a 1-to-1 matchup, they're now playing a 2. You know, if I compare C and D from top to bottom, you're going the top team the top team in one league against the top team in the other league, and the 7th place versus the 7th. I shouldn't say 7th place. Based on this past year's Max Preps rating, they would be the 7th ranked one in that particular league.
Okay, I did want to clarify because I was getting confused in my head. We do need to approve Continental League proposal or deny that proposal. Then we'll flip around and vote for what's on the screen. So if it's approved, we would vote for what's on the screen as the final. If it's not, then we would look at a little different.
I'd say with the 23, I would move that we move the Continental League proposal. That's the majority they're asking.
Okay. So we've got a motion. We'll take that as a motion. I don't know if that's Robert's rule official, but we'll take it as a motion to approve the Continental League proposal. And we got a second by Reed. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of approving the Continental League proposal, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries, so we'll approve it. Yeah, will you grab him? So say now with that being approved, now just take just a second and please check out what's up on the screen there. So that is the most up-to-date version of John had created kind of a couple versions based on what the outcome of that specific vote and conversation about Mullen and Broomfield was. And so this is the crossovers correctly outlined and highlights all the changes. The Mullen moving into League D, Riverdale moving from D to B, and then accepting the Continental League proposal and flipping them, taking them and ranking them with the same philosophy relative to crossover games. So.
Remind me one more time, Riverdale wanted to, that would be correct?
Correct. So their initial proposal, Clay, had movement from the original League A. With that, obviously they didn't know there were some other proposals involved. So, but it basically ended on where their proposal would have put them.
Okay, so I would accept a motion to approve the 5A leagues as amended.
Motion.
All right. Awesome. Motion by Reed.
Second.
Second by Sean. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of approving 5A leagues as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right. 5A is approved.
Can I clock out?
Thank you, John.
Wait for the rest of the year.
All right. All right. So jump back to the agenda here. The CHSAA staff, and I'll turn it over to Mike here, or turn over to Bethany maybe. We've got a couple of I don't know, recommendations or I guess questions of support staff has for a few things. And so I guess I'll turn it over to you, Bethany.
Patrick?
Oh, I'll take it. Oh, fine. Oh.
All the leagues that we just voted on, that's out there and it's public, it's on live stream right now and all that. So I mean, at this point, our school's good to go ahead.
Yeah.
and Start scheduling non-leagues and that sort of things. The thing with football that I think makes it different.
We already have.
Sport is schools are starting to plan like, when's our homecoming week gonna be and all that sort of thing for next year. It's not just about the game itself. So where are we kind of at with that process?
I can answer that. So Ryan, great question and thank you. And this will be true for everything else that the CLOC does today. So the CLOC committee report will be sent out with the rest of the fall season committee reports next Monday. There's a time frame within there until I think it's January 9th, where proposals to amend any committee report can be made. So these football leagues are part of the CLOC committee report. I would say the likelihood, because of the amount of dialogue and that it is likely that you wouldn't see a whole lot of change or amendments to the CLOC committee report relative to football. It doesn't mean that it couldn't happen, but it would have to go, if it meets the deadline by January 9th, it would need a majority vote still to be amended to that. If it comes from the floor on February 3rd, it would need a 2/3 vote. So the bar is somewhat high, and they would need at least a majority vote to change what was just submitted by Legislative Council. So it is, I would say it's very strong, but there are still processes in place where it could be amended if somebody could get a majority support of the Legislative Council once it comes to the CLOC committee report is out. Okay, thanks,
all you.
Patrick, and thanks for clarifying that. We'll probably talk about that a couple times today. The next item on the agenda is classification structure, and what this is basically how many classifications of each sport and activity. I just wanted to remind, as we talk about this, that again, we mentioned we would like to direct volleyball committee to examine adding 6A as we talk about this, and football adding an open division to 5A. For the 28-30 cycle, not for 26-28. With that, we only have a couple of recommendations from staff on expansion of the number of classifications for activities. Those would be in the fall and one in the spring, but that's the same activity. So for the fall, we are not recommending at this time due to any growth in any specific programs, any extensions or added classifications with the exception of unified bowling and esports. Unified bowling, we are continuing to see strong growth, upwards between 80 and 90 programs. We only have one classification right now. We continue to see growth in that, which is a wonderful thing. That is in the fall season. So we are recommending to add a second classification, which the venue will not change. It won't add a day. There's nothing really added except a second trophy for a second classification. The other one is esports, and I'd ask Rashawn to speak to expanding esports, who we just handed out our trophies yesterday. We also have esports in the spring, so we would be expanding esports to 2 classifications in both the fall and the spring if approved. So Rashawn, you want to talk about esports?
I would tell you that it is the same as Mike talked about with unified bowling, just the growth in esports. We've got 120 schools now, and with that we've got over 300 teams, and so the opportunity in any one of those titles to to kind of cut that in half would be absolutely awesome. To really give schools a chance to play for a trophy. And so that's why we'd love to add a classification. It does not increase any cost other than, again, trophies. It would still be a one-day competition. We'd probably be inviting fewer teams in specific titles, as some of those games can go on for quite a bit. But it would not change the structure of a single championship day.
So those are the only recommendations we have on expanded. I would say you're welcome to vote on those individually, together, whatever you like as a committee. Just to clarify, unified bowling, as of this fall, had 75 teams. We're expecting more than 80 in the coming cycle, so if not more. So what we would need is a committee vote or a motion to approve classification structures, either with expanding unified bowling and esports to 2 or leaving them as they currently are. Fall season.
Yeah. Are we safe as a CLOC committee procedurally to vote on fall? And then we'll talk winter, which doesn't seem like there's a lot, do winter and then spring. So we'll do 3 votes. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking at the preliminary piece, and it looks like with the proposed, at least online component of that, it's 4 and 5. It's one with 1,500, one 1,499 under the bus. it's 101 teams below that and 40 above.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem equitable.
Yeah.
We did talk about that, and we did move that number,
Yeah.
to make it.
To 1,000.
Yeah.
Which is consistent with what girls wrestling is.
There's a couple of outliers when we talk about sports that are going to be, and activities that might be in that situation. That, again, we love the idea of balance, but we don't want extremes either. That's a really good example of an extreme where if you didn't move it somewhat, you could have an extreme imbalance. So.
And unified bowling.
Good catch.
Yeah.
So unified would be 1,500. And they talked about that and they're comfortable with that. It's a difference of 15 teams, but where the teams break down.
That's not a huge.
They're comfortable.
140.
Yes. And that's, yeah.
And it lines up with girls wrestling.
Yeah. All right. So, any other questions about unified or esports or fall classification, structure in general?
The only other question I have is, seems like a really good move, the 140 teams. Do we have a structure in place that tells us when to determine to add a class?
The bylaws actually indicate that staff will make recommendations based on the number of teams, and then we work cooperatively with the board and the CLOC to identify those programs or activities. So.
Is there anything that when we say, oh wow, there's 84 misclassifications, time to start thinking about? Is there a number in your mind that's like you guys start?
I think it varies per sport and activity, to be honest with you. And I think, we have those discussions constantly, knowing we don't do that frequently. I don't think you take adding classifications lightly. So those conversations start. Hence, I think we've known for a while that we need to start exploring that in volleyball, possibly. Those kind of things. We did it with basketball. I think as you start to look at the number of teams in a classification, again, in some ways that's easier when you're really trying to just balance them. So now we're gonna have to look at total number, what numbers in that classification. The other thing to consider is just adding a classification. It does, obviously that impacts all the way through. So, but again, with the bubble of schools in that middle section, it's not always the immediate answer. So you got to kind of look at everything holistically and then say, how many total programs do we have? And how does it align with some other programs that have about that, or sports that have those same numbers? That's where consistency. That's why I think the volleyball discussion has come up, because basketball and volleyball, a lot of our schools have both of those. And when you can align those, that creates a lot of consistency that we would like to see.
To your point, though, the CLOC committee last year, when we were talking about flag football, because we were bringing in a brand new sport and we didn't know exactly how many teams were coming in, I think the CLOC said, if it's like, it was somewhere around 80. If you have less than 80, it's going to be one classification. If we had more than 80, it was going to go to 2. So to your point, it's like somewhere around 80.
Yeah.
But it's not a written
Rule,
and
it's just
fast.
like, let's
Yeah.
look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions about fall structure?
They're both glorious.
And we'd love to see you there.
Yeah, in the spring we play, or in the fall we play League of Legends, Rocket League, and Splatoon, and then in the spring we play Smash and Mario Kart, and our unified division is in that season as well. It's absolutely awesome.
If you've never, not to throw in a plug, but if you've never been to local host to see that, it is pretty cool. It's something at least I had a hard time wrapping my head around visually about what it would even look like. And it's cool. So, all right. So I would accept a motion to approve the classification structure for fall sports as presented here by staff.
With the expansion of.
With the expansion, yep, of unified bowling and esports. All right, got a motion, Kurt, second, Ryan. Any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, no opposition, approved. All right, we'll jump.
No changes to winter in terms of classification additions.
Yeah.
Or subtractions.
So if we can rock and roll on this one, any discussion on this one? Any questions with winter? No, I thought about joking about saying getting rid of 6A basketball because Jeffco made a mess of that a few years ago. So, but I was going to refrain.
But that really wouldn't be that funny,
Yeah,
Patrick.
But it kind of could have been. All right, so I would accept a motion to approve the classification structure for 26-28 for winter sports. All right, so moved by Amy, second. Got a second, Sean. Any further discussion? All right, all in seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries.
Spring esports would be the only one.
All right, so any discussion around esports? Any further questions? Sit in. Yep. 2 for the spring. All right, accept a motion for classification structure for the 26-28 as approved here by CHSAA staff with adding esports, a second classification to esports. So, all right, motion Kurt. Second Ryan. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right. Approved.
Just want to make sure, point of clarification, we're talking the 26-28 cycle, so that will not impact this spring.
Correct.
So, okay. Great.
All right. We made it to the break. So let's go ahead and I do want point of clarification, Mr. Kruger, it is 10:29. Break is scheduled for 10:30. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break and we will get her rock and rolling again at about 10:40.
Bonus if the dollar for every minute.
What's the bet?
Yeah.
A lot of pressure.
So we're gonna start.
Because they missed the meter that they put them where everything was supposed to be at. So then I'll apply to. But that's anywhere. Like these are for soccer. So much, you're driving 2.5 hours to Cripple Creek. It's, Yellowville, which is another. We have EPS transportation, and we had 2 buses, one of the buses, no longer east. So we had 1 bus per EPS. So we can rent those buses. So everybody was like, so 90 minutes. Yeah. Ben Lewis on Friday, that's like an hour and a half.
Your
Oh.
microphone's back on, everybody. I
Yeah.
muted you.
Good call. Please turn on your mics, everybody. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get back going. So we are up. Point of the agenda here is around approval of requests to join leagues from some of our member schools. And so we're gonna kind of jump right to it. But before we do, I'm gonna turn it over to Mike to kind of tee us up.
Yeah, wanted to, obviously, if you've been on the clock or in my experience with clock, this is not putting schools in leagues or that can't find a league home is not usually a typical situation for the clock. It is something in our bylaws that say if a school cannot find a home, the clock may place them. With that being said, we see this as a membership responsibility, and the membership should be doing this part. Obviously, we just went through a whole explanation of football, which is an anomaly when it comes to this. League placement and leagues being determined is really a responsibility of the membership. The clock is plan B or even plan C and D as this goes, because the desires of the membership should really be taken into consideration when we're talking about how they structure their leagues. There's a lot of reasons that leagues are structured the way that they are. With that being said, it's not typical for the league or for the clock to be in a situation where we'd have to place a school unless it's a new school, they've never had a league before, as a new school, that kind of thing. And even then, we still really push those schools to find their own home. So what you are having in front of you today is just challenging situations for these schools. And obviously there's benefits to being in a league. So there is a desire there for schools to be in a league. And they have those. We did have two situations, and I wanted to address before we get into this. And then each of these schools, there's three of them that are still looking for a league home. We'll have an opportunity to share with you what they've done to get into leagues, why they might be in the situation that they're in. And I would also like an opportunity, because the leagues that have been contacted, we've worked with them. I know all of these folks have worked with them, but what the feedback from those leagues were, so that you can make an informed decision. With that, I did want to point out that we had two schools that were originally on this list. One was Ellicott. Ellicott was in the Tri-Peaks League, and due to travel considerations, wanted to go and change to the Black Forest League. Black Forest voted on that and decided that they would not accept Ellicott at that time for different reasons, travel, of course, being one also. But Ellicott, there at that point could have remained in the Tri-Peaks League because they did have a home there, or go independent. Ellicott decided to go independent because it met their needs a little bit better in terms of the travel. So Ellicott made that decision, so you don't have that in front of you today. The other one I wanted to share with you, and maybe a little bit more, just making a statement on this one, just from as we work with these schools and we work with each community, was Middle Park High School. Middle Park was part of the former Frontier League, and that league disbanded. And a lot of the same schools in that league stayed together and organized a new league. It left schools like Lake County and Middle Park without homes. Lake County was able to join the West Central League, and which is geographically good. It's okay for them. Middle Park, I don't know if you know where Middle Park is located, but if you don't, it's located kind of in the Granby, Winter Park area. So it's not got a whole lot of neighbors, to be honest with you. The thing that concerns me that I think we need to recognize as a membership and maybe be aware of as we continue this process was Middle Park ended up joining the Western Slope League. The Western Slope League was very welcoming to Middle Park, where Middle Park had made serious efforts to join leagues in the metro area. And this is not an attack on those specific leagues, but it's more about the mentality we need to have as a membership. Middle Park ends up joining the West Slope League, which again, if you're not overly familiar with the West Slope and central regions of Colorado, Middle Park, to get to their league games, has to go over two passes. They have to go over Eisenhower, they'd have to go over Vail Mountain Pass. if they're participating in the West Slope League means they're competing against schools like Olathe, Gunnison, Delta. Those are big trips. Those are trips that could be upwards of 6 to 7 hours for a league contest. Now, the West Slope League they travel. We said it already in this room. When you're in a rural part of the state, you have the infrastructure for travel because you know you have to travel. There's still a mindset, however, that concerns me as commissioner, that when we have leagues disbanding because of travel, that doesn't change the travel for the schools that are traveling already to those leagues and understanding that. To say we can't include schools, we are all as a membership and especially as a staff and as a former school administrator and district administrators, very sensitive to budgets and especially when it comes to travel. But because we make it easier on ourselves as a membership, does nothing to help our sister schools in this membership that face those same challenges. I think there are things we need to look at holistically, like when you don't necessarily belong to a league that's immediate or close, it does give you the opportunity to schedule, like I mentioned with Mesa County schools. But when we're forcing our schools into that situation, I think we need to examine a little bit closer as a membership that helps us with travel, but we also have an obligation to, when we have to change leagues because we can't get member schools to travel to play leagues, to get non-conference games, that's a concern. And it's not to say that we're not sensitive to the costs of travel. What it is saying is that we are a membership and we have to acknowledge that, and that travel is a reality for all of us. But when your closest league game is 70 miles away, closest league game is 70 miles away, we have to acknowledge that we should do things to help those schools, and we should do that as a membership. We should be welcoming to those schools that need those homes, and say, how can we assist? If nothing else, if not having those schools in a league is one thing, but finding ways to make sure that they can find contests that are at least somewhat close to them. We do have schools in that central region. There's nobody close to Middle Park. There just isn't. And they've recognized that, and they're willing to accept that. They wanted to belong to a league instead of going independent because of the value of being in a league and belonging there. And the fact that that league was willing to accept and acknowledge that there's going to be some significant travel to play a softball game where you have to travel 6 hours to get to that game. Even when you have the infrastructure, there's still time out of school for kids. There's still challenges with that. And even if your community and your school understand that infrastructure and you're prepared for it, it doesn't change the fact that parents are still driving. They are going to support their kids. And there's parents that can't make that drive. But when we are talking about travel and we're talking about distance between schools, I think we do need to have a broad lens on how can we support each other, even if it's not a league. Maybe it's as a secondary league member. But try as hard as we can to recognize that we're in this thing together. It's not just us. And so it was, I applaud the schools and the leagues that stepped up and said, yes, we'll take you, we'll accept you for this. But I think when we put this responsibility on the membership, we need to think about and recognize that we do need to still support each other. It isn't really just about the fact that we have a budget challenge with travel. We all do. Everybody does. And how we plan for that, how we schedule that, it is imperative that we take on that responsibility and we try our hardest to support each other. So as we go into the next year and we go into the next cycle, taking those things into consideration, we hope that, and there's other reasons too. And please don't get me wrong. Sometimes the reason isn't travel. Sometimes it's really just about fit for some leagues, and we respect that greatly. And I think this committee, because similar to the staff, I think we take what the membership determines, and when the membership gets together, we need to take that very seriously. We need to take the consideration of what the membership, because they're putting in the work relative to this, and consider what they did and why they did it and where we're at, and be transparent about it and just be open and honest, but help each other out when we can. And so I wanted to at least express that on behalf of the number of conversations that we had relative to Middle Park and that we've had relative to other schools, including the schools that you'll hear from today. I will share with you the conversations. We've had months of conversations with leagues around these topics. So with that being said, Yeah, any questions on that? Okay. The first school that we have is the Village School, and I know Mr. Alexander will present and maybe talk a little bit about the Village and where they're located, what they've done. I just want to say for the committee's sake that Mr. Alexander has done an exceptional job of trying to reach out to leagues to communicate with them. He's talked to, and I have talked to, and I know Bethany has talked to all the leagues he'll talk about today. But I want to recognize Ron's efforts in trying to help the Village find a home. So.
Real quick, Ron, if you're okay, just for the committee procedurally, we'll take each of these kind of one at a time here. I think unless the committee sees differently, but give Ron an opportunity to present and us to ask questions and popcorn around. And then we'll go back into kind of that formal motion discussion process and vote. And then we'll move on to our next group, which is Sand Creek. Is that? And then with Sand Creek, with Amy, and we'll do the same thing procedurally like we did with Ryan. We'll talk, let Amy be involved in that, the conversation, and then we'll ask her to step out for that while we discuss and vote. Okay. All right. Ron, it's all you.
Bethany knew me too well. I have a script here, so.
I told everyone that, okay?
Okay, I thought it was personal. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you today. 2 members of the Village High School staff. The CHSAA membership that I've been a part of for most of my 35-year career in education has always tried to put kids first. Sometimes this involves adults having to navigate challenges. This is what Village High School is at. Every student and every school in the CHSAA membership deserves to have a home. A league to be a part of. Beyond helping with schedules, being placed in a league would give Village High School the opportunity to form relationships, work together to solve issues with other league schools, and have an opportunity to grow and align with other leagues. Every member school is unique in the sports that the school offers and how many levels each sport offers. We see this even in our larger schools in Academy District 20. Some schools cannot field enough teams for all levels or even have to put programs on hold due to lack of participation, even at the 5A or 6A level. When these challenges arise, adults figure it out and solve the issues. As an example, several of Pine Creek High School's girls basketball opponents cannot field a 3rd level. It forces their athletic director to work hard to field games for their C level. This type of thing happens all the time with scheduling. Just in case. Oh, yes, yes. I thought that was my buzzer already.
Like, stay away.
Other member schools are unique in their socioeconomic makeup, their location, or their educational philosophy. Village High School is also unique. Village High School has multiple levels of 2 sports, girls volleyball and boys basketball. We understand that this is not perfect in terms of league scheduling. However, we would contend that it's not impossible to work through. It just takes ADs doing what they do best. Village High School plans to continue to add additional sports to fill out the programming. Some have asked why Village High School doesn't just wait until they have more offerings to ask for league placement. There are 2 primary reasons why I feel this is not the best approach if we're about kids. By being placed in a league now, Village High School can be strategic with the sports that they add that align with the league that they become a member of. And secondly, the travel associated with being an independent has been formidable, requiring Village High School to even travel out of state just to fill their. As an independent is not what's best for students academically or physically in our situation. Some of how Village High School is unique is often misunderstood. I didn't get it when I first arrived at Academy District 20. I had to go walk the halls and say, what is this Village High School? I didn't know what it was. I got to see for myself that it's a brick and mortar building with 47 staff members serving 520 students in a model of instruction, which involves the blend of in-person classes being offered 5 days a week, supplemented by online instruction. Not unlike many traditional high schools that have students that take courses on their high school campus in mornings and maybe in the afternoon go to a community college or take online classes through an online campus on their campus. Village High School must meet all D20 outcomes, academic outcomes, and state standard, just like any other student in the district. And our enrollment criteria at Village High School is set by the district. Throughout the past 2 years, this list is quite long. Village High School has sought membership in the following leagues. We basically have tried everywhere. PPAC, Denver Metropolitan League, CSML North, CML South, CSML Metro, and the Tri-Peaks. Each time there was no interest. Sometimes the interest was on the phone where they just say, don't bother coming, we're just not interested. Sometimes there was a vote. After consulting with Mike and Bethany, we began to reach out to see if there was a possibility of becoming a secondary league member, because that made sense. Maybe that was a better approach. Again, no luck. Village High School has tried everything they've been asked to do, even offering the CSML Metro this past week, that they would play each league school just once if that was better for the league. And the CSML Metro is triple the size of Village. And they said, that's okay, we'll make it work because we want a home. The other thing that Village offered the CSML Metro is that they would play every league contest away. Let's just have a home. We'll play, that'll help your gate. That we'll do everything we can to show good faith for your league. And again, no, more support than we had the first time around, but still no. So here we are today. And Mike, I agree with everything. We don't want to be in this position. I don't envy your job. It's hard to force somebody in a league, but I think that's just where we're at. We would respectfully ask the CLOC committee to place Village in a league. We have shared a number of leagues with Mike and Bethany that we think would make the most sense for Village High School and the league members. And we would gladly welcome placement wherever you think is best for us. We wouldn't ask one particular league. We would ask you to weigh in on that because we value your expertise. Thank you for your time this morning. Should you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those. Did I stay within my 2 or 3 minutes? Boom. Thanks.
Ron, nice to see you again. It's been a few years, but nice to see you. Are they? You guys are chat this week? Yeah. What is the projected growth and where do you see yourself in the next 2 years? And at a 520 enrollment number, that would seem like you have enough kids to have and offer a good number of sports.
Yes. Now, when I took over at Academy District 20, they had the 2 sports. My first thinking is why those 2 sports? Like, why not 4? Why not 6? Why not 8? And my supervisor when I took over and the principal at the time, Nathan Gorsh, did an interest survey and said, this is where the interest lies in that building right now. And that building will, unless they change buildings in the future, will never grow more than that. It's going to be that 510, 520 range. It's not going to keep expanding. But they wanted district-wise budgetarily, when they go to add sports, they want it to make sense with the population that they have. They don't want to turn into a comprehensive high school with 12, 14, 16 programs. They realize they're a smaller community. They have to make some commitments to facilities, and they want to do it strategically, which that's why we think that to find a home, and let's pretend it's Tri-Peaks. Okay, what sports does the Tri-Peaks offer? Let's add those sports so that we become a better member for the Tri-Peaks League versus if you say, okay, let's go CSML Metro. That would be different offerings. We might focus more on the golf, boys volleyball, maybe a 3rd program in Colorado Springs in our area. We just want it to be much more strategic. And I think the budget crisis right now has slowed down just randomly adding sports. We want to be really strategic with that. And one of the thoughts we want to look at as a district is we have so many girls playing flag football at Air Academy. Let's think about the district as well as Village High School. Maybe it makes sense like football team. So it would be much easier if we had 6 or 8 offerings right now. It'd be much easier. But the thing I think about, I was at Front Range Christian for a year, and we had some schools within that league at the time that said, we prefer not to play our conference games on Saturdays. And I'm going, oof, at first I was going, well, that eliminates a day. Now I've got to plug in all these days in the weekdays. But we just made it work. And so like, let's say Tri-Peaks, for example, that plays doubleheaders in basketball. We would just be asking the Tri-Peaks for one contest in each sport because we don't have boys volleyball. One contest in girls and boys basketball wouldn't be a doubleheader. So one time the Tri-Peaks would have to go out and say, I have to find one other opponent. And we would even consider the Metro, and that would probably accelerate the growth, that it would probably be a bigger selection of sports than if we were in Tri-Peaks. That's going to kind of determine our future too. That happens at the end of every year, and we will be doing a comprehensive one once we determine what our home is. Because again, we don't want to go Tri-Peaks, for example. I don't know that we want to add a bunch of sports that don't align, because it's not helping the Tri-Peaks that way.
Just when you say don't align with the league, my question is, you're saying not the more non-traditional type sports. I mean, like girls basketball are in both leagues, football is in both leagues. You get, I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah. I think in my personal opinion, I don't make the decisions for the superintendent cabinet, but I think girls basketball has to be one of the next additions because it makes sense.
I think that's what it's different.
Yeah.
I understand adding sports strategically. We haven't always had something we should have compared once it. But at 500 students, it's well below what would be, I would say, the standard in the metro area, even for a 1A school. Not even, a school of 100 is going to have maybe 6-man football. I think that's the challenge here. It's like we're just so far below the threshold of what would kind of fit into a 3A or that league. So that's a challenge.
And I do think the district is committed to making that work, and they realize that too. And I think they just wanted to break a little bit budgetarily and make sure that it makes sense for the league. But I've had many discussions of the first question I asked was, why volleyball and boys basketball? Why not boys and girls basketball, boys and girls volleyball? And they said at the time they wanted to make sure that Village High School could sustain this. Is it going to work, or is this going to be a one-hit wonder? What is going to happen with this? So they were cautious. I probably wouldn't have started that way. I would have started with 4 or 6, but that's what they chose to do. No.
Volleyball?
The only thing with volleyball is they practice at Colorado Juniors practice facility would be their connection.
What is the facility situation? Are there athletic facilities to expand, or is that a part of expansion?
Just getting ready to launch a strategic planning process to identify what that looks like. There's a couple facilities within the Colorado Springs area that we're going to take a look at and say, do we rent those? Do we find something that exists and expand it? Or do we, if you know where Village is right off the interstate, they have a back lot that's probably, is it a half an acre or acre? It's a big lot that if we were to build right behind their facility. I don't see in the current economy of Village High School uprooting and finding a whole new campus. So it's either going to be built on their existing site, or to find, there's it's a former health club that's right across the street that has a gym in it. And so I started making calls yesterday on that because that would make some sense. But we have to solve that facility, and it's a priority that is going to happen. But that's why we offer to the CSML Metro, and we would extend that offer to the leagues that you would consider placing us in. If it makes sense until that facility is solved, to play all of our league games away. If that's what's best, that we'll do that. We just want a home.
Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, absolutely.
I appreciate hearing your perspective. I do have a question that's a point of order. When we are making a motion, are we moving to say that we agree with league placement and then we go and make a recommendation for league, or how does that work?
And after the presentations, you will make a determination on placement, like in which league, if you want to place them, or the alternate, or remain independent, or yeah, so you just make a recommendation where you want to place that school.
Okay, so then it's acceptable for me to ask him where they would prefer?
Very much.
Where would you prefer?
Okay, because I'm really old and have some gray hair, I think the best fit, if I were in charge of, I think Tri-Peaks looks a lot similar to the level and size of schools. Like 2 of those schools in the Tri-Peaks right in that area are almost identical to the number of students. I think that makes sense. I think the PPAC South, it's an okay fit. That would make sense. And I think we had a lot of support games, although we're tiny compared to them. Yeah. And could we be competitive long-term in that league? It depends on the year. But if I was making the recommendation, I think Tri-Peaks or the PPAC make the most sense.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Feedback the Tri-Peaks getting you as you approach them.
No, I'm going on. Nathan Gorsh reached out to them early, was a no. They're not interested. And then I left 2 messages with the president of
We did have multiple conversations with the presidents of all of these leagues, including Tri-Peaks, it's Chris Medina, league president, and they did bring it to their league and unanimously said they would not like to add the Village at this time. We talked with the Colorado Springs Metro League and their league president, and I know that their league discussed it on a number of occasions and voted, and it was also no. And CSML South, same thing, and the PPAC, same thing. We had multiple conversations, not 1 or 2, multiple. In fairness to those leagues, and Ron would have nothing that he hasn't shared, but the primary concern that we heard from the leagues was the programming. When you have volleyball and boys basketball, it creates significant issues with your scheduling, with just programming. For the Tri-Peaks, who does a lot of double headers, obviously that was a major concern of theirs. Some of the travel with the Tri-Peaks, obviously geographically, metro areas in Colorado Springs make some sense. The issue there is thinking long-term too, that, most of the schools in CSML South, Metro, and PPAC are 2 to 3 times the size of Village. If Village went to Tri-Peaks, it would be the 2nd largest school, I think, in that league after Woodland Park. Again, the concerns were primary to just the limited programming, especially when you're in a big 4A, 5A league primarily that the Metro and the South are and the PPAC is. With that being said, they also brought up, the Village became a member school right before this current cycle. So this is the first cycle that the Village has gone through, and participated as an independent. So that was, those were the concerns of those leagues. And they were very straightforward, but very strongly expressed those concerns about programming.
I would say, the CSML Metro, some of the schools within that league, the support is kind of flipped. And as they started to digest it, they're going, well, that would be less non-conference games that I have to go out and schedule in those couple sports. And would that really be that big of a deal? So that has shifted a bit, not enough to say yes to a secondary membership, but it has shifted. It's all over.
Yeah, it varies for the 2 sports. But for volleyball, you know, we continually play, we play Liberty, we play Rampart, we scrimmage with them all the time. Pine Creek wanted to play us a couple years ago, but our schedule was full. We play Banning Lewis often. Trying to think, we play Cheyenne Mountain, we play Manatee Springs. And then we go out of state. In Arizona, we travel up to Western Slope. We go University High School. We do a lot of traveling, we do a lot of driving. It's not ideal for our students, physically, academically, socially, to have to kind of go all over. It's a struggle, but a lot of the schools that are in the metro and the well, the south and the north and the metro are schools that we have students that attend classes at those schools, because we have a lot of concurrent enrollment students. We have students that attend our school, play sports at those other schools that are assigned to those schools because we don't offer those sports. We share a lot of students, we share a lot of probably, I would say, philosophical similarities in terms of where these kids are all coming from. Who wants to speak about basketball?
Yeah, so basketball, we are everywhere from Denver to Pueblo and then east of Pueblo. So just to make it really easy for you go everywhere. So this is what we've been scaling the class. So
I think one thing that I'd like to say as an adult and as an athletic director, I know sometimes we think about how hard something is for the scheduling purposes. We don't have an option for boys volleyball at our school right now. The district does not offer each school. We have the 2 district teams, so that's not even an option for us to have boys volleyball. We would love to. For basketball, we're talking 1 game during the girls' season and 1 game during the boys' season. That ADs or coaches would have to go out and schedule replacement for it, as opposed to 23 scheduling 23 games. So I mean, we're willing to do whatever. We love playing. We want to be a member of CHSAA. We've had incredible experiences for the most part with almost every school we play. And we get called all the time. People want to play us. But again, our students really want to have that sense of home. Our school wants to have a sense of pride and things that we are doing in common fullness and people that we're dealing with. So that's kind of where we're coming from. We've got a great fan base, got great students, great parents.
Ron, can I ask you a question? And this was, you know, when the village came in, this is now their 3rd year. You know, there was a struggle finding a league then as well, based on the number of sport offerings. So what is the philosophy of like the leadership with regards to the village? Because we've now gone 3 years and seemingly now almost 5 years with only these 2 sports. So, and what I'm hearing you say is that it's dependent upon league placement, but to me, that just doesn't seem to make sense. What is the leadership, you know, thinking of with the development of this school?
The principles have shifted. So it started with Nathan Gorsh when I first arrived, and then now Caroline Johnson is the principal. So you kind of had a moment in time where here's a new principal, what's her belief? Because she would set the tone for that building, and the district weighs in as well, but it comes a lot of direction from the principal. And it took her a little time to get acclimated to, okay, here I am in this school, this is our philosophy academically, where are we headed athletically? And so that's paused it a little bit. And I think the district is committed to expanding offerings at the village. I'm just being totally transparent of they wanted to be strategic. They didn't want to add a program, take it back. There's not enough interest. I think now that we have that consistent leadership in place, we're hoping that this cements those things from happening more quickly.
Bethany, this is our 3rd principal in 3 years.
Yeah.
So we had 1 in between too.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Lindsay.
the
Yeah.
facility process of us, like, that was put into place 3 years ago has been stalled because we continue to change leadership. So that's why our goal now is with our new principal and our new team to get that facility done.
I would say just historically and thinking about this is that in and of itself, you know, as a new school, that can be a challenge, but that can also create a challenge. The caveat, and I think you know this in front of the clock, is with that perspective is, do you bring you into a league hoping that that expansion happens, or do you allow that expansion to happen, demonstrate that, and then say, this is what we did? And that's really going to be the question that's in front of this group today. And, you know, and just, you know, talking full transparency, that it is really challenging for the leagues. I think then, as we heard, at the same time, you make really good points about why it could be beneficial. So.
With,
They say one thing too, just in terms of that, like our school is based on student autonomy academically as well as athletically. Sports started at the village because students pushed for that. It wasn't an original plan. I think student surveys of students who want, you know, what are you looking for in athletics at the village? I think in their mind, they know what happens when you play sports at the village right now. You travel all over, you play in a variety of locations at various times, like 8 to 10 for boys basketball, which is like what our hockey do, right? At night, not in the morning. So I think as a student, do I say, oh, I want to see these sports at the village if I know we're traveling all over? So like, if we don't have a league, you know, they're like, who do you play? Why do you play different people, boys basketball and girls basketball? It's confusing. So I think too, you know, it's what comes first, the chicken or the egg? That's a great question. I mean, it could be confusing too. It could help students feel a sense of, oh, we're trying to get these sports because we're in this league and these are the teams we're playing and these are the places we're going. I think those are good, valid ideas as a student looking out. What do I want to do and what's even realistic?
I think the challenge is, I think you guys have done your part in trying to find a league. It's not that you're too late to the game or didn't explore other leagues. I think the challenge is there's a fit in enrollment, there's a fit geographically, there's a fit in the number of levels and participation and the number of sports offered. And you've kind of a little bit sat pat with who you are and asking somebody else to accept you rather than maybe go, wow, every single one of these leagues has girls basketball. We're going to add that in hopes to better align ourselves with a league, or we're going to add boys volleyball. And I know you said that might not be an option because those other leagues have it. Now we have those two offerings. We can connect these two sports and we're a better fit for these leagues. I think that's the challenge is, but you have said, hey, we're willing to travel. We're willing to not host. So I can see a lot of effort on your part. I think there's just a challenge there with not seeing any movement of aligning yourself with what most leagues at the 3A level would do.
I question on, have you guys had an inability to fill schedules? Because it sounds like in volleyball, you said you've been able to fill them and you've been full. But in basketball, have you had that an inability to, or is it just? Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
We've been traveling, so the cost has been astronomical.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you're able to fill most of your basketball schedule through term play and not so much non-league one-off games. That's the
Part I struggle with, I guess, a little bit with the league placement is that complementary sport, because you talked about the scheduling a little bit too, but you know, what do those schools do when they play you in boys basketball? What does their girls team do? Then they have to go out and find other games where, I mean, that's part of being in a league is you don't have your schedule set based on, you know, home and away with the boys and the girls, and it just, everything aligns and it's smooth. And so not having that complementary sport, I think is a huge hurdle. Any other, oh, go ahead.
So kids want in your school to play, let's say football. I see that you have a district, like boys volleyball, district girls wrestling. But if they want to play football or they want to wrestle or any of those other sports, what are they doing currently in your school?
They're placed through the placement process, and just they have to identify what's my school of participation outside of Village. So they pick maybe it's Liberty. And yeah, yeah, quite a bit.
That's kind of the concern, is if we have a lot of kids going out, why are we not putting those into the school? And that's the question I have with that.
I guess my wonder too is to piggyback on Kurt, if those kids are going to, there's other schools for those sports, maybe they're liking playing on those teams and they're not voting to say, let's start a Village. I
Yeah.
wonder if they're saying, let's not start here because I really want to keep playing basketball there.
Right.
I think
That's how volleyball and basketball, but
I think there's a
Participation, because the students weren't having positive experiences by going to one-off, I'm here. The other girl who played volleyball over there, boys who played basketball is there. They wanted to have a sense of school and play as, you know, a team and as members of the village.
All right. Any additional questions for Ron and the team from the Village? All right. Thank you guys for that.
Thank you, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So again, before we move to our next guest, I think we need to establish a motion here and a plan and vote on the Village, and then we would move to the next one. So any thoughts? Anybody feel confident in making a motion? Again, hold me honest here. I think the decision is there a league, identified league that we want to make the motion to place them in? Because the bylaws say that we may do that, or is our recommendation that the Village stays independent? And so those are kind of the thoughts, right? We can say the Tri-Peaks or the CSML Metro or whatever league and make a motion in that vein, or independence. And I think that's our options, as I would agree. Okay.
I don't try these. So they're very top in the moment. They say, oh, we don't play those teams mostly traditionally. There is some goes every two weeks. So
I would just remind the CLOC too, these are difficult decisions. We get that even uncomfortable at times, but it's not personal. And I think it's really important to point that out. This is really looking at, again, this is where that holistic piece comes in. You've got kids at the Village, you've got kids in all the schools we're going to talk about. There's also kids in the leagues that we're talking about, and those schools will have impact. So it's not personal by any stretch. And it is that broad perspective that's really important in these regards. So I know you're thinking that, but so.
Well, I think it's really hard to go against what our leagues are saying. Start going against our leagues, that puts all of us in a really bad spot. I'm not saying that we shouldn't in certain cases, because certain cases that may make sense, but if leagues are saying, hey, this is a challenge, we need to listen to those league people and the membership. That's all.
I recognize the work they've put in to try and make something work. Yes. That they've done the CLOC process, that they've approached several leagues, that they've made concessions to try to make as approachable as possible. I think it really boils down to basically having two sports that are excelling. And so it's like a league is like, we're a 4A league or a 3A league, or like, why do you not have other things? So I think my recommendation would be independent, barring like add some other sports that are in line with some of these other leagues so that they are more willing to be like, absolutely. That would be my recommendation or proposal.
Any other thoughts on that one?
I do, but I didn't.
I believe you had stated
They called Tri-Peaks president,
is that correct? And just didn't receive a call back twice? So for me, I do think that that's something just for us to think about in regards to communication. I think it's okay for us to say, or for the league president to say, no, not at this time, but at the very least, we deserve communication with each other. That is a bare minimum of professionalism. bare minimum. So that shouldn't have to get to this level with this committee. That should have happened already in my mind. And I have no idea who that person is, or maybe there's a reason why. I have no idea, but I just think a call back as a courtesy to explain that should have happened already.
Does anybody feel comfortable making a motion to, based on their kind of feeling on this? Or is there further questions we need to talk through?
So I guess if there's no motion, does it just die? I mean, that's the question I have.
Based on what Reed said, I do think there needs to be, because they have requested, and even if the decision is independent, that is still a placement. It's just not in a league. You're not required to place them in a league. But I do think, in fairness to the school, there should be a motion on what this group decides as a whole.
So it seems like, based on the feedback in the room, what I'm hearing is that the committee seems to be erring on the side of independence. And until the village has an opportunity to get a strategic plan in place over time to be able to join the league at a later date. I don't know if that's an accurate summary, but that's the summary I'm hearing of the conversation in the room. Is that?
I would recommend that you get a motion on the floor, one way or another, and then discuss it. So not, because we don't want to assume people's thoughts.
I motion for village to be independent.
Okay, so we have a motion. We got a second by Sean. So motion and a second to place the village school is in independent status for the 26-28 cycle. Is that correct? Correct. Discussion.
Say again, I recognize all the work that you guys are putting and doing it the right way. I think there needs to be something said in the Tri-Peaks that when somebody approaches a league, that there's an opportunity to, whether it's present and then disclose the reasons why it's not a good fit. So you have that feedback. And then my recommendation is having a strategic plan to be more in line with other 3A schools that you're hoping to join a league with.
During discussion, we did have conversations with Tri-Peaks. I'm not sure what happened there, but I know they did vote. They did communicate with us. I do agree. I think they should have communicated with Ron. That would have been the professional approach to that. They did discuss it, though. I can guarantee that, because we had multiple conversations with them to ask them to consider it.
Any other discussion?
I just know how important it is for kids to feel like they have a home and some common competition that they can, have some good rivalry with and all of that. And I completely understand that, but I'm in complete agreement with, I think, now doing the hard work of going back and building your programs, I think then makes you a stronger candidate for any of these other places. And so, for those reasons, I think this remaining independent for 2 more years may give you that strength. And if you have now leadership in place that is willing to take that forward, I think you're on the right track then at this point. And then I also agree, I think as CLOC and it's a bylaw for a reason. There are cases where it's very important for CLOC and CHSAA to make placements, but I just worry about a precedent being set that this becomes the avenue for everyone who wants different placement or new placement. And so I'm just erring on that caution as well.
All right, further discussion. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. So the motion is for the village to remain independent for the 26-28 cycle. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, next up is Sand Creek. And I believe, Amy, are you presenting on behalf?
It's me. So I am glad that I get to speak here on this behalf. I would have been here today. Obviously, I was asked to be part of this committee before any of this came up. So
That is true.
I think I need to recognize that as I begin. So I'm appreciative to be in the seat, but of course I'll be departing just like Ryan did here a little while ago. So as Mike mentioned yesterday, our current league is dissolving, and so all of our schools had to find homes in different places. My understanding is just that some conversations were happening and placements happened within some various leagues, and we have not yet been able to find a home. So right now, some recommendations that are happening is that we're placed in a league with mostly schools that are in the Pueblo area is where we've been recommended to go. While we understand where that's coming from, part of what we've been talking about and what I talked about today and what I talked about yesterday in our planning meeting is what's going to be best for our students and our community. Now, I am really grateful that I'm also on this committee because today we've also talked about travel. And for some of you, that's just a reality for every single activity and athletic event. It's just part of where you're at. But for us, we do not have that infrastructure built into our school district right now. So whereas some others know, this is just a part of our reality and where we're going to be and what's going to be happening for us. That's not been our reality to date, and that's not what we had planned for. So when we were to think about and budget every single time that we go to Pueblo, it's going to be about a $700 cost for us to go to and from there. We've done substantial work also with family engagement in our school. A lot of that has happened because of increased participation within athletics and activities. Right now, we're sitting at about 50% free and reduced lunch, and it's going to decrease our fan base because our families will not be able to access that regularly in order to engage and participate and be there present with their students. Part of what I'm thinking about and considering as well when we think about our community is that we are in a metro area and a very large metro area. There are schools that we partner with regularly who we have a good relationship with and who we help one another out with academics. And we go and visit each other's schools and we're part of one another's communities. And so it makes sense that we would be able to partner in athletics as well. In addition, we are different than the presentation that we just heard with the village, where they were talking about they only have a couple of sports and activities to offer. We are a full comprehensive high school that offers everything within our base. So we would be able to compete on just about all levels.
What leagues have you guys reached out to?
We reached out to CSML South. That would be our preference is CSML South. We also were in discussions with PPAC. I heard a little bit about CSML Metro. Those were the three. Mike, am I just saying?
Yeah, Continental was another league.
What was the feedback from those leagues when you spoke with them on why they didn't think it was a good fit?
That's a good question. Right now, I am not hearing very much feedback as to the rationale why, from a principal's perspective.
Could you provide any context on the process? So it's my understanding that the leagues down there, the schools spent some time together talking through, when a couple of those schools moved to the Continental League and the league got disbanded, that there was conversations around how to split this up and that was Sand Creek. Is that accurate? One, because I wasn't a part of any of that, but then two, was Sand Creek engaged in those conversations?
Sand Creek was engaged in conversations that there were, my understanding is that there were various schools that they were wanting to make sure that were divided up, just to make sure that everyone stayed.
Amy it hit it on the head. So when the league disbanded, it was the old CSML North that disbanded. And so leagues that got together were the CSML Metro, CSML South, and the South Central. They brought league presidents together, and due to that league dissolving, they determined which which schools should go where. I think original, based on the information that I have been talking with Mario and the league presidents down there, including Adam Baumgartner, who did a great job of communicating kind of the process when we were talking through this when Mario reached out. They initially had talked about which school should go where. Due to some competitive balance, they wanted to split up some schools. And so that one league didn't take all of those, schools that maybe weren't competitive or schools that were competitive. So they talked through a balance there of making sure everybody had a place to go and that there was some balance with the leagues and also in terms of numbers. With that being said, it did split up, obviously, a league that was together, and it's put them in different leagues at that time. Schools, TCA, Elizabeth, they went north to Continental that accepted those schools. And then some went to the south, and then the others, Sand Creek, Sierra, went to the South Central for that reason. So my understanding of the process was that there were conversations among the league's presidents and then conversations, emails that went out to the schools. All of the league's schools in that were affected voted on that. And at that time, it was Sand Creek did dissent on that, that they didn't like the placement where they were. And it was from that, my understanding was a 14-1 vote with Sand Creek being the dissenting vote on that. So in terms of the league, we reached out on this too. Credit to Mario, reached out early on after we kind of got into this process a little bit this fall and said there were some concerns from Sand Creek on the placement in Pueblo. They felt like they would fit better with the Metro or the South. They did talk with both of those leagues. There was fairly unanimous back to us in our conversations that they were not interested in having Sand Creek as part of their leagues. I also touch base with the Continental. They felt like 2 schools from that former league were already being added. And then there were, that is still kind of a little bit of travel for them, Colorado Springs to the south side of Denver. So in Pikes Peak, we didn't have a lot of conversations with the PPAC, to be honest with you, and I didn't know, that was never suggested to me as an option that Sand Creek was considering for me. So I didn't have any conversations with their league president at that point. I did talk with Pueblo and asked their league. They are, obviously they're affected also by this. It is about you're talking about a 50-mile trip from Sand Creek down to Pueblo. And with that being said, it is one of the smaller leagues there in that range. Without Sand Creek, I believe it's got 6 schools, including Sierra, but most of the schools are in the Pueblo area. So with that being said, we did hear resoundingly back that the CSML leagues were not supportive of having Sand Creek at that time due to the fact, and the conversation back to us was that the leagues got together to talk about this, and that was the determinations that they made and voted on, understanding that there were some challenges, from Sand Creek dissenting on the concerns. And what was conveyed to me by the school, and I think you saw it in the notes, was the travel involved down there. So, as Amy mentioned.
You said you'd be open to go to the Continental, is that hear that correctly?
We had discussed that as well.
Isn't that farther than public?
It could be.
So that means the travel arguments there, Continental is out of question. That's what goes up to Douglas County in that area. Is that correct?
There's 2 that are within the league that we play right now. So TCA and Elizabeth. So TCA is also in the Colorado Springs area. Elizabeth is not as far. It's a little bit closer.
Correct. TCA and Elizabeth would be closest in former league schools. The rest of the Continental League is further north from them. Yeah. In terms of comparative, I would say it's probably a wash. You're talking roughly 50 to 60 miles, Pueblo 50, 60 miles to most league schools in Continental.
So Pikes Peak and CSML South would be better
CSML South, Metro, and PPAC are geographically make sense, but they're larger leagues in terms of the number of schools in the league, and just expressed strong interest and opinion that they weren't interested because of the work they had done to put the leagues together.
When I was looking at Pikes Peak, and I only see on Pikes Peak that they have 6.
Correct.
And then Pueblo also has 6, so I guess I don't know, I guess that's my question too, the argument of.
Yeah.
whether we're making that one bigger, they're closer and they're only 6 also, so.
But yeah, I was gonna say, did talk to the Pikes Peak League president this morning, and he said that Sand Creek actually did not formally request or come to any of their league meetings to request placement, so. Yes,
Pikes
it's
Peak?
the Pikes Peak League, yes.
So does that, I mean, cause I'm just, read through Metro has 7. No, excuse me. One of them has 8.
South has 8, Metro I think has 7.
Peak has 6 and South Central has 6.
Right.
So.
So you're gonna be between 6
Correct.
either way.
Regardless.
Yeah, I think that the numbers weren't a driving factor to the leagues
No.
at all. The driving factor was they had done the work to put the schools that dissolved league into leagues they felt were balanced. And that was their primary concern.
Just for clarification in my own head, you do have a placement. It's just not a placement that you prefer. It's different than someone who has been independent and no one's taking them. You do have a placement based on these leagues coming together and saying all the dissolved teams are going, or schools are going here, but you would rather not be in that placement. Okay.
Based in the recommendation was made that we would be in the South Central League with mostly Pueblo schools.
Did you have a voice in that placement, or did I miss something? Did you have a voice in that placement?
Yes, so as Mike had stated, all of the 80s got together and they were working to see what they could do in order to place everyone in different leagues since that one league was being dissolved. So like Mike said, Mario, who's our athletic director, was the dissenting voice.
I would also add in too, just being a Continental League member, similar to what Bethany said about not having been reached out to about a formal program like that. It's the same thing Continental League, I think, where he was mandatory president, but we never saw a proposal or anything like that. So formally join our league in the same way that we did with TCAA.
In fairness to Sand Creek on that, I think they were, they're so coming from that league and knowing that those leagues had worked together, it was probably more conversational, like, would you accept, I know that there was definitely conversations in form of a formal presentation. They all know, I mean, those schools are really familiar with you. I don't know that the Continental is necessarily, but I think based on what was shared with Amy, you could correct me on this, but the Continental was a consideration as something to, discuss that invested in, but I don't know that there was a formal, presentation, but there was conversations for sure. And I know I did have them with the Continental as well to gauge their interest and express that Sand Creek was looking for a different placement.
All right. Is there any other questions for Amy or anything clarification wise before we ask her to step out and then go through that formal process?
I would say if travel, and it just made me think of it because of the Ellicott situation. If travel was significant enough, I do think when compared, going to independent is probably not but it would be one of those options, along with placement in the league. So, yeah. What do you think, Sand Creek's position would be on that? Just out of, so that everybody has that information, because it is a possibility. If obviously don't want to put you in a situation where financially it is going to be impactful. Is independent a consideration for your school?
Is that better or like, is that
Do you
preferred?
have a
I guess.
pref-
I mean, obviously our preference would be within a league, within our metro area. That's our preference. But if push came to shove and that's what we had to do, then that's what we would do. Because we're just strong in our convictions and wanting to make sure that we're doing what's best for our school community.
So just point of clarification. So if the CLOC says that they should be independent. Then the same group can appeal that and do that council vote, or vice versa, if they're placed in the, the South Central by the CLOC vote and then decide to
I
go
think we would
independent.
defer to Sand Creek's preference on that.
Gotcha. So
Yeah,
would that be-
without any need for them to do any kind of formal. We want to meet, understanding their situation. I don't think we would make them go through any extra steps or anything.
Okay.
The only other question I had is like, I don't know how the leagues are made or what the reason for the splits, but with Canyon City being closer to Pueblo and Coronado actually being north of Sand Creek, and I didn't look through all of these Colorado Springs schools' exact location, but there are, yeah, I would be determining these decisions, what it's like, what are the exact factors that, is it truly competitive balance and putting Sand Creek in that other league? Is it?
When the North disbanded, I know that the league presidents all got together to start discussions, and then those discussions filtered out to the schools and the athletic directors there. And they started to place schools based on, I'm sure, geography, but also competitive balance. And I'm sure a last consideration would be, the numbers, and then also, fit. I think that would be an important consideration, but our understanding was it would involve representatives from the leagues, and then also after some initial discussions, brought the schools in for that as well.
All right. Anything else for Amy? Okay. All right, so same process with the village as far as a motion and conversation about where we want to go with this, right? I think our options are we place them in a league, right? So we make a motion to place them in one of those leagues, or we make a motion to
No,
go.
not really. I think
Okay.
that there's a difference there. As Angela pointed out, they have a home, and that was the membership
Okay.
suggested to the CLOC and recommended. Sand Creek did dissent on that vote. The vote was 14-1 in that area of the schools, including some other schools in District 49 that did vote positive to those placements. I think it truly, Sand Creek did not desire that placement. They do have a home. I think, just for the CLOC, and I would say this totally if Amy was here too, I think there needs to be, I think it's already been mentioned, just credence to the work that those leagues did. I think it does put the CLOC in a difficult spot with being asked to make those placements. But yes, they do have a home. The league did work on that in that regard. And I would just be cognizant of, changes to that when the leagues did do that work.
I think, Mike, to your point too, like there's a process here, and it is the voice of the membership and doing what's best in the interest of the membership. And we've had months to go through these meetings, through these placements, through campaigning and positioning and doing whatever to get into these leagues. And this is where we're at. And there's still a process. If we vote to keep them in is it the South Central League?
South Central, yeah.
Keep them in the South Central League. There's still a process between now and January 9th. They can work something out. League, they might come back with a proposal to amend the report or whatever. Great, but in my mind, we support, unless there's really overwhelming evidence that we should place them somewhere else, we should support the work that's been done by these leagues, by these athletic directors as a whole.
I would, at the same time, recognizing that if the travel and the financial burdens for them, we definitely, understand that piece and that trip, although maybe not, albeit for some broad perspective, what we've been talking about today relative to travel. But when you aren't used to traveling, even that 50-mile trip can seem, like it's more than you're used to. And with that, I think, to your point, that's why I did want to clarify if that is substantial, that there is still another option for Sand Creek, albeit I don't know that would have to be up to them, but we certainly want to respect their their opportunity to discuss that internally and that kind of thing. And that's something they will have to think about. So, yeah.
So I guess I didn't really get the answer to when this leak disbanded. Didn't the school have a say in that process?
They had a representative.
There was a vote afterwards,
Yeah.
obviously, but when you're saying, hey, we're gonna put you in the South, where was their voice when that took place, I guess is my question, because Ryan asked that, but I just didn't get a clear answer on that.
There were definitely representatives, the league presidents were there, and then those conversations, in my understanding, filtered out to those schools. So there was discussion that happened in the primary discussion that, again, and I was doing as part of follow-up to help support Sand Creek and their desires to get placed differently, was that it was truly about some competitive balance, that some of the leagues didn't want schools that weren't competitive, all of those to go to this one league. They did want it to have some semblance of balance. And so those conversations from league presidents trickled out to schools. And then I do know when the actual vote of the schools happened, Sand Creek was the only dissent, but they did dissent on that. And the information was that there was concerns from the superintendent of the travel to Pueblo.
So they were involved with that process. They just.
I definitely know there was representation, and there was also other district schools that were part of that conversation as well. But I can't speak to exactly when their AD was involved at what point, but my understanding, there was multiple conversations amongst the schools in that area.
I mean, yeah, if you're not used to traveling and you see all these teams in a former league that are within 10 minutes of you, you don't have to provide transportation versus driving 59 minutes, but at the same time, Pueblo has to do the exact same. So the fact that those schools they're going to be traveling up to both Sierra and
Pueblo is definitely involved in all of those discussions. And I did ask
anything,
Pueblo
they're
if they
like-
have any. Yeah. Pueblo said they had, because of they knew that everybody needed a home. Pueblo was very open to accepting Sierra and Sand Creek. So, and Adam did communicate that to me, that they were fine.
So if we make a motion, does it have to be to keep them in the placement they are, or can we just say we're not going to approve your request to go somewhere else?
The leagues have submitted this recommendation to the CLOC, and you could just approve the leagues in that area as presented. And that would give Sand Creek the option of considering it.
I don't want to pigeonhole them
No.
into something. And then that also goes against my philosophy of we don't want to set precedents. We're starting to just place people, even though that's what the leagues wanted. Like on both sides of that, I don't want that. Like, I don't want, does that make sense? I don't want to tell leagues what to do, but I also don't want to necessarily affirm leagues' decisions by reinforcing it at our level. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
Well,
but-
it is kind of the role of the CLOC. It's the membership's responsibility to do these leagues and to put these leagues together. That membership has submitted this to the CLOC. So I think the CLOC needs to recognize that the membership did that work, vote on that. It doesn't hinder Sand Creek from doing what they feel is necessary for them too at the same time. So yeah, does that make
Yes,
sense?
just not
You're not
pigeonholing them into
Yeah.
anything other than,
Right now, the recommendation is for
We don't have
them to be in this league along with the others. So unless you wanted to make a motion to make them independent, which I
no,
think I would like to leave that up to them personally.
agreed.
So am I correct? There's 6 leagues in the Colorado Springs area?
There in the Colorado Springs, you have CSML Metro, CSML South, and the PPAC, Pikes Peak.
Black Forest, Park Leagues?
Oh, those are, yeah, we're talking about 4A leagues, 4A, 5A leagues. Yeah. The CSML Metro is more of a 5A.
3 leagues that would potentially make sense for them to be in.
Geographically. Yeah.
Both of those.
But then you've got to pull Sierra out too, because they're in Colorado Springs, so now you have 4 Pueblo teams by themselves down by.
5.
Yeah, 5, so.
I think
from my perspective, I agree with Ryan and exactly what you're saying. I think we got to value the work of those leagues down there. You know, they put a lot of time, a lot of thought into it. I think they tried to balance not only numbers, but balance geography to the best of their ability to put together competitive balance for all the leagues to be as equitable as possible. I think there is a time and a place where we need to place people. But I think that comes when there is some sort of, lack of thought, lack of engagement, some sort of situation, that would warrant it. And this one, it doesn't feel like that to me, at least from my perspective.
Those three said no, they're not in favor.
Not just no, but resoundingly because they felt they did the work.
Right. Further discussion on this one? So the motion that we need to discuss is, the motion is we are approving the South Central League as presented to the presented.
You're going to have to approve the membership alignments as recommended. So at this time, I wouldn't take any action on Sand Creek.
Okay.
And say that, so basically you're saying that you're accepting the recommendation of the Colorado Springs Leagues and the Pueblo League.
Okay.
And then you'll vote on the recommendations after as a whole.
Okay. That makes sense. Any questions about that? We okay? I was the only one not following you, is what I
No,
just
I
got
actually, I
there.
don't think
Okay.
so. I don't even follow myself, man, so we're good.
Awesome. Okay. Well, if could one of you guys grab Amy? And then we will move on to our next guest. We've got Lotus.
Are you gonna let her know?
Should explain.
Yeah. All right, Amy, just give you a quick update, not leave you in like a weird cliffhanger. Conversation with the group was to wait until the end and then vote to approve the league recommendations as submitted. And so meaning that the vote would be whether to approve you guys staying in the South Central, is because that's what's been presented. And then giving you guys the ability to either accept and move forward with that or go independent at your discretion. And the clock not tying your hands. Is that a accurate summary? Okay.
That's what you guys said.
And then, so we're gonna move on. We have our next guest from Lotus. And so please introduce yourself and then the time is yours.
Yeah, excuse me, athletic director at Lotus. My scenario is a little bit different. So before I start, I kind of want you guys to see.
Yeah, please.
I've been at Lotus for 12 years. Took a hiatus in August of 23. I went to our administration change. And I knew there was trouble coming once that change had happened. So then they got rid of that administration in February. And then I came back to Lotus. So the gap of time that we're talking about with a lot of stuff that happened is from the gap from August of 23 to February of 24. So that's where all of this stuff happened with Lotus. But now since I've been back, everything has been moving properly. And now I can get into this and kind of tell you guys what's going on at Lotus. So I represent Lotus School for Excellence as the athletic director. I've been here for the past 12 years. And I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to you guys today. Lotus boasts a diverse range of programs designed to challenge our student athletes. Just here's a list of kind of what we offer. Boys and girls, cross country, volleyball, boys soccer, cheerleading, girls flag football, girls basketball, boys basketball, wrestling for both boys and girls, cheerleading and track, boys and girls soccer, and boys volleyball. So we pretty much do all the stuff that's required in the area. So we have for the last 12 years. At Lotus, we pride ourselves on our competitive spirit. commitment to excellence across sports facilities, reflect our dedication, providing top-notch resources for all of our athletes. So we have a turf field, so we can post there, we post a couple of playoff games there. We have a very nice gym with brand new floors in there, so put it in maybe 2 or 3 years ago. We also have a full-time trainer on staff, make sure that all our kids are taken care of. I think that Lotus will be a valuable school for any league within our area. And I just want for you guys to know that we have done the process. We reached out to the Foothills League, which we were currently, before I left Lotus, we were all in the Confluence League, and a lot of the members from the Foothills League are now, no, excuse me, a lot of the members from the Confluence League are now in the Foothills League. So in my absence, that rollover happened where those schools moved to the Foothills League, but at the time our administration wasn't polished enough to do the proper things and do the communication what they needed to do. So a lot was lost in that time when that happened. I also applied for the 5280 League with all the moves and all the stuff. And they declined us. Their decline kind of made sense to me because we are bigger than they are. So the alignment would not have been perfect. But in the Foothills League, I thought it was a good fit because all of the schools that we're normally playing were in there. And they were at 15 teams, and we were balanced at 15 out with 16. So I thought that would have made sense. But that's just me as a guy looking to get in the league, trying to figure out what makes sense to me. But just all in all, you've kind of heard it. It's the scenarios are similar. How we always value our students. We want our students to have the best opportunity to participate, to have a sense of home, all those same things you're going to hear. So I probably don't need to tell you those things again, but that's kind of our story, and that's what we've done. Yep. Yeah. But now we're doing an addition. So that's going to push our numbers probably 200 to 250 more within the next calendar year, because they're doing an addition for elementary, which will move a lot of those elementary kids out. So we're going to have more high school and middle school kids in. So we don't know exactly what those numbers will look like, but I just want our kids to have a plan for something.
Dion, what was your feedback from the Foothills League? I see that there's 3 Aurora schools in the Foothills League. There's some schools in the 300, 400, and even 500. Whereas 5280 is, 55 kids to 150 kids. So I'm curious your feedback from them.
The feedback is past. I wasn't there. I couldn't do anything about it. It was chaotic. A lot of
negative things happen in my absence, but there's nothing I can do about that. I knew that was coming. I left. So when they got rid of, and just like someone you've heard already, I've had 3 head of schools in 2.5 years. So we're finally getting stable again as well. But now that I've been back, we haven't had
game cancellation before
no communication, 0% communication on schedules or anything, nothing. They just ended athletics and never said anything to anyone. So
that was a tough time. And we've talked a lot about this. I've also been in contact with the Foothills League. So you spent a lot of time with the 5280. The Foothills, because you reached out late, I mean, just earlier this month, reaching out to them.
I reached out to them last year.
Did you actually go through like the formal process? Because according to the league president, there was never a vote and there was no like formal process. Oh, okay. Okay. So to your point, they are putting them through like the application process because they do have steps in place, but they can't meet as a league until January. The Foothills League has already, though, denied 3 schools that have applied earlier because they're at 15. So that's the tough part about what the Foothills League is facing. Yeah.
I think the challenge is you have leagues that have decided certain things. So we're in the Mile High League, which is, I would say, adjacent to the Foothills, but smaller. We've actually, talked to some of the Foothills leagues that are smaller, that are not more South Denver, that might be a good fit and they don't want to move. So, it's hard to tell somebody, like a Loveland Classical, we think you'd be a good fit. They're like, no, thanks, we're staying in the Foothills. It's hard to then move someone based off of a league that the league wants to stay together. So, but from a demographic area, like it's a big league, Foothills League. So that's what I feel like is hard sometimes, is what is the league's decision and when is it like you should consider maybe making two leagues. So that's tough.
So just to make sure I'm hearing you right, the factors for why you weren't in the Foothills League, and I know that happened when you were gone. But essentially is Lotus was not communicating as they made that transition, and that's the part. Okay.
The other teams. Yeah. Yeah.
So, because then you were asked to you were removed from the league. That's why you're and so you were independent this last cycle. Got it.
Gotcha.
Was there a decision, the reason why that the programs were ended rather than transitioning when you moved on to another athletic director and trying to have some consistency?
I have no knowledge of what they did from August 23 to February 24. And when I came back, I brought all of our sports back. And now we're fully functioning again. I'm putting Band-Aids on everything right now, still.
Basically, this past school year, you've operated independent in all of your sports.
Yes.
Has that operation been successful? You haven't had canceling games, haven't had
It's very difficult to schedule 23 basketball games without being in a conference. It's very difficult to schedule 23 volleyball games. But I managed to do it. We're just traveling. I mean, we're going to Vail this year. Like, we're traveling very far to make sure that our kids can participate.
There's a challenge when you have that, and it may not be your fault, but it is the institution you represent, the trust factor of
Yes.
you cancel the game. We played you. Yeah. We played with you in 2A soccer before. It's like, it's probably not a game I'm gonna pick up. I don't want to lose one if I've got only 15 slots. So I realize I'm very sympathetic to your predicament and the league itself that has to deal with those cancellations. So that's.
Any other questions or anything?
So Bethany, they do have an application in with Foothills,
They do,
but
yes.
it's just that the Foothills hasn't been able to meet
They
ahead
just,
of this.
yeah, they had just reached out formally on December 1st. Once they were, realized that the clock was meeting and that they were looking for a home. So to try to meet those deadlines. But the letter from the Foothills League has just simply said, we've already turned down 3 other teams, it's most likely we will turn them down, but we will certainly look to have a home for them in the next cycle is the league, is the letter.
We can be placed anywhere. I just want to be in a league. It doesn't have to be with Foothills. We can play in a bigger league, we can play in a smaller league. I'm not just a league, so my kids can have an opportunity to participate for something. That's pretty much it.
Have you explored, so you said 5280 and Foothills, did you explore any other leagues?
Think Mile High, links, I just got that information, so once I got it, I submitted. If you have any recommendations, I'll apply to all of them. They just need something.
All right. All right, any other questions for our guest? All right. So same On this one, okay, talk me through this one again. This one, we
Yeah,
either
you
need
need to
to
make a decision
a
on
vote on-
placement
yeah,
or
okay.
independent.
Yep.
Dion, thank you for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're certainly welcome to stay.
Yep. All right, thoughts? League.
Recommendation, stay independent and build up the trust of those teams, and again, if Foothills will accept them, if not, sounds like they're not due for them to be operating Foothills the next cycle. Would be my recommendation. Cancel in programs, and there's just show, give it to you, show your stability. They play these teams, reach out to Mile High, reach out to Foothills, reach out to 5280 and pick up as many of those games as you can.
Has there been cancellations or kind of lack of trust since Dion took over last?
No, but it doesn't negate what happened. I didn't play them. I'm just saying from those leagues that what has transpired. There's a reason why they got put out of the league. So to me, it's like to make that same league that kicked them out, take them or put another league in another position. Whereas let's say the Mile High, they're way bigger than most. They would be more than twice the enrollment of most of our schools, let alone our bottom end schools. So I do think the Foothills or some of those Foothills teams would be the best fit, but they just got kicked out of the league that we're making them go to. That seems out of step with what the league. You know what?
I hear
how
what
a league
you're,
operates.
I understand where you're coming from on that, Reed, but I think like something that you brought up, Angela, is important, is that we're setting a precedent with this. Saying that now has to earn their league act based upon a personality, then that could put groups and schools in a difficult position. I would say we need to go more, as we talked about at the beginning, on objective decision-making rather than based upon personalities and things that happen in that way.
I just think the school has, I don't think it's based on personality. I think the school had an obligation. It's not Dion's obligation when he left that job. It's no longer, this isn't on Dion. It's the school has an obligation to carry out what a good team league member represents. And so they could have hired an AD, they could have put somebody else in charge, even if the bare minimum. Struggling, we're just going to try to field as many games. You might have to cancel a few games, like some communication. They got kicked out of their league, so it's hard to. The school did, not Dion. The school. So that's hard to just. I think independent exists so that there's no reason that with 7, 8 non-league games that they can't pick up DSS Aurora and Aurora West and some of these other schools and Mile High League schools and 5280 schools that are as an independent, and just show that we are trustworthy. We can do this, and we're going to jump back into a league the next cycle. And if that's not what everybody recommends, we want to consider Foothills. Like I'll definitely consider that. I just think there is consequences to a school's actions. It's not Dion's, but there's consequences. They got kicked out of the league.
Say I've not voted that way yet this morning, so that's going to be making a potential shift.
I do think one thing to consider, in relative to size of the leagues and the schools in the league, 5280 and Mile High, Lotus at 500 would be twice the size of those. I think there are other league considerations. I think something that is, and again, not putting this on Dion, but there are some other leagues in this area that we could potentially, it's hard to do that without having gone through the process of saying, talking to the City League, talking to the Pioneer League, talking to the Foothills League prior to a couple of weeks ago. So there is that challenge too, that the responsibility truly is on the schools to get out there and try to talk. And I do worry without having the opportunity to communicate with those leagues, this does impact them as well. So there are other options. Foothills is definitely one. I think there are actually better fits than Mile High and the 5280. It's just that they haven't been communicated with. So there are some actually, City League is very big, with 25 schools already. So I worry and you say, okay, that's a possible fit geographically and size wise, but no one's communicated with the City League. The Pioneer League is also an option in terms of size, but they have 10 schools, so the fit isn't too bad, but we haven't communicated to them. So that's where I do get concerned on behalf of those leagues. Again, and the fact that the Foothills is still an option. So it's a difficult spot to be in, honestly, with that.
Other thoughts?
I think on this one, it feels like to me, looking at it, there's really, to my point, feels like there's maybe 5 leagues that all in the metro, all geographically make sense, all size-wise fit to varying degrees, and that just placing them into those leagues without having conversation feels tough. So it almost feels to me like it's not necessarily like punitive in the sense of independency may make sense for the next couple of years as we go through the full process of establishing relationships, but then also fully vetting all 5 of these options like that. That's where my mind keep like circling.
And I just want to say for the sake of, and again, beyond putting back has provided stability to that school. The way the bylaws are set up, it is really not to put the clock in a position of making a determination to just pick a league we think makes sense. The bylaws are set up to put the onus of responsibility on the member school to reach out to talk. And again, that's not a knock on Neon or Lotus in general. To say the way the bylaws are set up is even when a school leaves the league and goes for a new league, the idea here is we communicate with the former league and we have a letter from the new league saying everybody knows what's happening here. It's not fair to put you in this position to say, well, this league, because of the enrollment and the size of the number of schools there is fair. We definitely want to try to support and when we can, but that's not the way the bylaws are set up. It's not what we say for the school to bring to you, hey, we tried this of all potentials, and here's what we had, and here's the reasons why it didn't go that way. Here's what the membership said. If in case, bylaws are intended for this community to look at everything. When the school can't find a home, and they're new or they really, for whatever reason, can't find one, to try to say, here's what all the discussions have taken place and we can put you here. When we haven't had that opportunity, I don't worry about the impact of those leagues in this sense. But it does put the onus of responsibility to say, hey, if we do come back to your point, let's make sure we exhausted all avenues. We did exhaust a lot of avenues. I know I had so many good conversations with Mario, with Ron, that this is different from that standpoint. And I do worry about the message that does send to the other leagues when we haven't exhausted that. So that's not the way the process is set up. So that uncomfortable feeling you have about, we certainly don't want to leave Lotus in an independent, because obviously it's easier when you have a league home. At the same time, we do have a number of other schools that are impacted because we haven't had a chance to communicate with them about this. Now, with that being said, the recommendations of the CLOC are coming in a report that will come to the membership, and we still have some time. There's time to communicate maybe with some of those leagues, to call the Pioneer. I do know it's late in the game, but it would allow for Lotus to start reaching out. Just because you're not officially placed in a league, if that's the direction we're going, doesn't mean you can't develop relationships with those leagues and be a pseudo member as you develop that relationship and show them that you can be a good league member, schedule them in league and get associated with them. So when you come back to this in 2 years, you say, we've been working with this league for a year now, 2 years now. We've established relationship with them. We've shown we can be a great league member. That's a different position. I feel like the CLOC would be in a different position had we had a chance to communicate with the leagues that do make sense. So I just, I understand that uncomfortableness that you're feeling because I'm feeling it too. I wish I had a great solution and I don't because I take great care and concern. Shoot, you're in my former district, NAPS, so I remember when Lotus came into actual, when it all came, I was district administrator at that time. So you feel that obligation to all of our kids, regardless of what school, but we have to think about the impact of those leagues at the same time is all. So wanted to share that. And I don't think the work needs to be done here today. We still can reach out to those leagues and say, would you be willing to accept? This report can be amended. So we still have a little bit of time there, but even if that's not the case, build the relationships, work with them, schedule them like they were league opponents, get those relationships established. So this isn't just Lotus go independent and that's the end of it. We still got work to do regardless of what you decide as a committee.
So there's still an opportunity, the proposals on the table, and then we'll go to those that you said for.
Foothills is a great example. Yeah, if Foothills votes in January and if we had time to, and it's still within the time when we can amend this committee report. And then to be honest with you, you could show up on February 3rd. And if there's 2/3 majority, and you would get that if a league said, yes, we're willing to accept them. That would definitely be the case.
Yeah.
So this isn't the end of the discussion today for Lotus, in terms of that.
So do we need a motion then?
Yes, they are requesting placement, so we do.
So, hearing everything that's said, I agree with the process, and I think that the school needs to do that. So I'm making a motion that we deny the placement in Foothills leagues.
Just, you would want to move that they remain independent for this cycle at this time.
I move that we remain independent at this time with, or all the discussions that take place.
We got a motion on the table for Lotus to remain independent for the 26-28 cycle, and we got a second from Ryan West. Any further discussion?
I would recommend reaching out to City, Foothills, Pioneer for sure, and seeing if they would make a special, the process so that there's a chance to vote in February.
And you would work with them in the shop as well. Thank you.
You gotta vote.
Yeah, any further discussion on that? All right, seeing none, we need to take a vote. So all in favor of Lotus remaining independent for the next cycle, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we are moving on to classification splits. And so Mike, Ryan, I don't know if you guys want to tee us up for this one or?
Try to move fast on this, but it is important, so I don't want to rush it. We do have recommendations from the staff on the splits. And as mentioned earlier today, there was a lot of thought and process put into these classification splits. There is some foundational and philosophical changes from trying to keep everything balanced to trying to create leagues, classification splits that can be consistent year to year, more importantly, cycle to cycle. And having some semblance of balance and consistency between different sports across the board. So a lot of thought went into this, working with various groups. And so what we present to you today is the splits as the staff worked on them, presented them to them with balance, looking at all sports across the board. We do have a few folks in to talk about specific areas of these splits. I would just say that, again, the driving factor for the staff in coming out of the task force and this committee last year and the years before, as well as the board, was try to find the balance between, yes, having some balance, but more importantly, having consistency to group like schools within a range. So with that, I could give you an associate's degree in creating these kind of things, but I'll turn it over to my professor and let him explain it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's very well summarized. We had been given kind of a philosophical change from balancing the classifications in terms of numbers of schools within the classification towards placing similarly sized schools, so like programs. Obviously, that will scale according to the size of the school, and it will look different based on if you are in that classification or where you are, obviously acknowledging that that looks different from all kinds of different angles. Because of that, the philosophy was also if you have 4 classifications in girls wrestling and 4 classifications in girls swimming, the split should look relatively similar. And sorry, Soleil, as I said that you don't have 4 classes of girls wrestling, not yet. So the idea would be, why would a school of 400 be similar to a school of 700 in one sport, but not similar to a school in another sport? So those were the driving factors. Additionally, another huge thing, just for ease of understanding, is to have nice numbers of splits instead of 1521, make it 1500, for example. Also, finally, Mike already mentioned this, but if we do a good job, the splits really should not change from cycle to cycle all that much. They should be relatively stable from cycle to cycle, which would also allow schools to account for, hey, if we're growing, we can expect to move up a classification, or if we're decreasing in size, we can expect to move down. So that was the overall philosophy that we worked towards, and ultimately put out preliminary earlier this fall. And we, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of consistency across the board in splits. I think there's a couple of exceptions, relatively few exceptions, but otherwise the splits were really consistent across a lot of.
When we talk about splits, the last thing I'd say, and I know you've seen them in the dashboard, so we don't need to go back over that, but keep in mind what we said earlier, that no matter what we do with splits, there's going to be a biggest and a smallest. And we could, pull out specific things and say, well, it would help if we moved it here. Keep in mind every move has a ripple effect to the classifications either above or below it, or, small, the ones above it. With that being said too, that you start to open communications around what you can move them for this, why don't we move them for that? And that's actually cyclically how we got to where we were. And we started doing that for every program. That creates inconsistency, because now you have a weird cutoff number for, like I mentioned, girls soccer at 371 and boys soccer, the cutoff's at 342. And yet they're both, you got the same schools and the same programs for the most part. So consistency with balance on what we need to do for membership is really, it is a fine balance, but that is the philosophical changes. Try to group in ranges that are a whole number of changes that put like schools together is a really very big lens that we look through the whole time. Can you say that this range, the communities, the schools are typical? Now you could easily make the argument that if I'm at 98 in this classification and this school's at 103, we're 5 miles apart. Yes, they're like, but we're talking about the broader structure of the enrollment range is 500 to 1,000 is that you have a similar community range, like a like school there. So that was the challenge. And let me tell you, it was significant in terms of challenge. But I think the staff would say we liked where we ended up. There's some things that we would love to have different in terms of especially balance. But at the same time, it is trying to walk that line. So with that, we would present the classifications to you that you've seen. And then there are some presentations to address some of those by a few folks. So I'll turn it back over to you, Patrick.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and if the committee's fine with it, we'll go ahead and go with our 4 proposals, and we'll do those each individually. Again, we'll motion to approve or deny those, and then ultimately go back at the end and do all of the splits and approve.
And one more thing, regardless of what you do with proposals today, these folks will still, again, there's the option for them. It's not the end of the road for them either. They can still amend this report. So I want to make sure they know that, and the CLOC knows that.
Anyone
can. Anyone can still amend and suggest bylaw amendments to a committee amendment report, to the amendment to the report. So.
Awesome. So first up on my list, I've got 2A soccer with the Black Forest League. Welcome. Thanks for being here a long time. You've been hanging in here with us the whole time. So
Chrissy, could you make sure your mic? Yeah, thank you.
Could you please just introduce yourself, and then we'll get rock and rolling.
athletic director at Thompson Community School. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to represent our schools and present this proposal from Black Forest League. I will preface this just by saying that the data genius of Ryan Casey is very much appreciated. The transparency regarding splits and where schools land is really refreshing. With this proposal, the preliminary number for 2A soccer is being set at $3.99. All other sports that have at least 3 classifications, with the exception of football, are either $2.49 or $2.99. So $3.99 is a significant jump. We've heard today a lot about grouping like schools to play each other. It feels a little bit with this proposed cutoff that we're still looking at trying to establish that balance that was in the previous cycle attempts. Historically, there have not been a lot of 2A schools in soccer, and I know that in order to try to encourage schools to have programs, the previous cycle cutoff number was set at 417, which 3A schools down into 2A. And what we're seeing now is, and I supplied a spreadsheet that kind of analyzed playoff appearances over the last couple years by schools based on enrollment. So we're seeing that basically the playoff appearances are being, those spots are predominantly by schools of 300 or higher. And so what we're proposing is to kind of really achieve this course correction that appears establishing the cutoff for 2A at $2.99, preferably no larger than $3.50, acknowledging that a cutoff of $3.50 would remove several schools. A cutoff of $2.99 would remove even more schools. One thing I didn't note in the proposal is that the bracket size for 2A is smaller. The bracket size for 5A, 4A, and 3A is set at 32. The bracket which was expanded in the last cycle from 16. So in polling 2A schools, everybody loves the expanded bracket because it gives people more opportunity. So nobody wanted to shrink the bracket back to 16, but people do want to see like schools playing each other, such that the schools that are 3A for all their other sports remain 3A. And schools that are 2A in other sports are 2A. So I appreciate consideration of this proposal. One thing to note also is that approved recently would be negated with a cutoff number of $3.99. That there are several schools that otherwise would be affected by the multiplier that would not, because that cutoff split is so high.
Sorry, I was trying to jot notes. Yeah, any
so if you are looking at the spreadsheet from, if the cutoff is at $2.99. And we'll pull 14 schools out.
Yeah, I can give you exact numbers. She's right, that's fine for distribution.
The current splits right now.
55, again, as Chris is saying, the
And is not to split teams evenly. I just want to give context. Current 5A is at 55, 4A is at 70, 2A is at 56, and sorry, 3A is at 56 and 2A is. 3A, 2A split at, 400. If that were to change. Sorry. That obviously 5A and 4A would remain the same. 3A would become 70 schools and 2A would become 39 schools. Is that what you have, Chrissy? Yeah.
Say proposal for just adjusting the bottom end number or the,
The proposal is just to adjust the top number,
yes, for just 2A.
just for 2A. I mean, though, I mean, obviously, because, yeah.
Challenge of anything is trying to figure out, okay, what is the actual protocol for deciding the numbers? And then how does that compare to other sports that have 4 classifications? And then if we adjust down to 3, because I'm into soccer, I definitely understand the landscape. What that does to 3A, 4A, does it bump everybody's number down to where, 5A starts at 1,400? Like, I think there's other implications beyond just moving the 2A number, because the 3A schools are gonna be like, hey, I'm not playing it on my 750. So it's a little bit of a domino.
What I'm hearing though is that, so as I see this, and Ryan, correct me on this, I think there's 9 sports that we have that are in the 4 classification split. 7 of those are 100 to 299. The only 2 that are not are boys and girls soccer, and that's 1, and they're 1 to 399. And so the ask is just to get those in line with the other 7. And then what that's doing then is that's going to create a real small, potentially a relatively small 2A class.
It would create a smaller 2A class compared to what it is now, but I would also say that it's not an anomaly in other sports.
Just it's kind of the way it's on football, in the sense that one is much smaller than 8 and that's a lot more schools. So some days you talk about, we're not looking specific number of schools, but we know it's like 140. We talked about that, but at the same time, we're trying to play like schools. So that seems to be.
By comparison, right now, if I'm wrong, correct me, of course, the cutoff for soccer is 416 for that upper end. If using the 2A numbers for the next cycle, right now, girls have 58 teams, boys have 52 teams in the current 2A classification for this cycle. With it being at 399 for 26.8, you would add 1 boys team, so you got 53 boys teams, and actually girls teams would reduce by 2, so you got 6. So it's at 399. Currently, right now, it's 416.
If it goes to 299 though.
If it goes to 299, it's substantially different. That's what I'm.
That's correct in terms of the numbers, but I do again want to, as we set these numbers, one of the things we were looking at was extreme imbalance. I think consistency is also equally important.
It would, I guess, what is the difference for the soccer versus the other sports for just?
It's only the difference between 3A and 2A. The splits for 5A and 4A were the same.
My question is, how we arrived there is just my question. So.
It was, what we did in looking at this is we looked, this must have been early fall, we looked at who had current sports at what, and what their enrollment was, and looked at the total breakdown of teams. And then we looked at that across all four classification sports and said, where is imbalances? So for example, when we looked at girls wrestling, there was an extreme imbalance between 5A and 4A. So that number was adjusted. And so I don't remember it exactly, but we saw the same thing in 3A and 2A soccer. And that's why the decision was made to go to 400. I will say, looking at this now, I don't think it's as extreme as it was at that time.
Put my 2 cents in the room on this too. I think this is being thoughtful on this, and I know we've been thoughtful all day, so I don't want to suggest that we haven't been. But I think what I'm hearing is that we want to try to lock these numbers in long term right? So that there's not like the same cycle, we're not adjusting these. And so I do think being thoughtful, one of the things that stood out to me, and I don't know if this was in the calculus, Ryan, but it does look like in a lot of the ranges, right, there is a logic to it, like a systemic increase, right? Whether it's 50% or a third or whatever it is, like there seems to be pretty.
Intent was to not have a school, obviously it's impossible at the smallest schools, play as much as possible twice their size.
And that it's not an equal, it's a gradient factor knowing that enrollment matters at the smaller. So it's gonna be, 200, then 250.
Yeah, right.
So. What are the other sports that is a 1 to 299 for 4 classification?
So it's, I've got cross country, boys and girls, boys golf, dance, cheer, boys wrestling, girls golf. There are 4 classifications that are 100 to 299. Boys and girls soccer is the one that's 1 to 399.
So you get boys wrestling?
I did. Yep.
So I'm just, if we decided 1 to 299 to match these sports, because I think just adjusting a number are not arbitrarily, but without some concrete, like we're trying to create an objective thing, but we have there, it's objective for cross country, wrestling, golf, and boys golf. So I'm just trying to understand the downfall. If we match boys and girls soccer to the other 4 classification systems, what would be like the con of that?
I would say a potential downfall, and I wish Aaron were here to speak to this too. And please, any 2A soccer representatives, there are some teams at the 2A level that don't finish the season. And with the 2014 bracket, you might end up in a situation with, I don't know, 10 teams that don't make the bracket. So that I know that sometimes that's hard to digest for the membership.
I mean, playing in 2A soccer, there's times where like if the team that don't, like 24 is definitely the top end of how many teams you want to bracket, because I'm less worried about somebody feeling the team forfeiting it than it's going to be a 10-0 loss in the first round anyway. So I think not everybody, it's not all about the championship. So playing light teams where trying to create a few of 10-0, 12-0, 10-0 scenarios as possible is probably more beneficial than having one team forfeit.
Are you looking at the numbers from the data system or the Article 15?
That, yeah, we're looking at the comparison of this cycle to what's being proposed. So I'm looking at the CLOC dashboard for enrollment. So
we have a tool where we look at hypothetical classifications.
I mean, based on what you can see, if it stays at, if it goes to 299, 2A drops from 56 teams, 53 teams to 39, and 3A would go from 58 to 70. That's the fundamental change. You drop from 53 to 39, and then that makes 3A bigger from 58 to 70. That's essentially what you're talking. So it isn't unreasonable in terms of the imbalance that we're talking about. But I think it does need to be some forethought in where we're seeing the growth also, maybe. So.
And there is also thought too, 2A golf is growing rapidly. And I think because of that is the creation of the 2A class and schools feeling like they can compete within that classification.
I think we can save ourselves from, I don't know how much we're keeping this to standardize it so that we're not making a decision based off of just, this school, that school. I think as much consistency with those 4 classification systems just help us.
Yeah, I think consistency keeps it all the same, and I know that we talked about it. We went from the model of every classification had the same number of schools in it. Now we're going to consistency. This is one of those pieces, and I think that I was thinking like, okay, can you go to 350 with all of them, or the opposite way? But what happens is, like, when you get into boys wrestling as an example, there's 85 teams or whatever it was below that. So it's really hard to say something like that. There's 72 teams that would jump that up to 85, which makes an imbalance on that side. Cross country is another one. We have a lot of 2A schools doing cross country. It brings that number even higher than hard. So makes sense to me that to bring soccer down, if that's.
Is there any conversation with Aaron about the impact on playoffs? Because I do think that's an interesting, if you do drop to 39.
That's a committee decision.
Yeah, but that's already taken place though, right?
Yes.
So that would be.
Not,
Yeah, it's already taken place.
For the next cycle.
Yeah, their meeting was,
Last week.
Which may be okay. I just was thinking through it, because to me, my personal feeling, I think I'm aligned with Kurt on this. I think that makes sense. But then I do think the soccer committee probably is gonna have to look at playoff structure for that, and 24 teams maybe doesn't make sense. Maybe it needs to be 16 or something different there.
Yeah.
But the timing would just be funny for a cycle.
Yeah, and I see benefits for days, like separate soccer out, right? For consistency, if that's our goal, I really like the stays the same.
Do you guys have not to put you on the spot, you guys know this better than all of us. Do you have an opinion one way or another on this or?
No, I mean, I think there's a lot of logic to keeping the splits consistent. I think it makes sense, and I think it's not an extreme imbalance.
Yeah.
do you feel that?
no, I agree.
All right.
Saying back and forth.
Any other discussion, any questions sorry, we haven't really asked you many questions, sorry. Any questions? All right, does anybody feel comfortable they want to make a motion?
I make the motion that we keep it consistent for the 4 classifications. Accept this proposal.
Okay. So the motion would be to accept the proposal of this dropping from 399 to 299. Is that okay? Do I have a second for that?
Second.
All right, got a second. So motion from Kurt, second from Reed. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. So all in favor of dropping from 399 to 299 and accepting this proposal, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Yep.
Thanks, Chrissy.
All right, our next guest is for a 5A. We've got Liberty and Centaurus. And I don't know if the Harry Waterman is presenting as well.
B. Carl Bucky.
Right. All right, it's all you guys.
Good afternoon. Thank you, first of all, for giving Harry and I the opportunity to come down and speak. I want to acknowledge the work and just listening to some of these other proposals and conversations. The amount of work that you guys go into. Legal alignment, classification splits, valuable work. It's important work. And it's work that, I can't speak to because I'm obviously it's work that probably comes with a lot of complexity and a lot of things that must be considered big picture. We're obviously here because we're advocating for we do appreciate the impact when we come to the impact that has on the association and classifications specifically. So I want to acknowledge that before we get started with our proposal, and again, just offer some thanks and gratitude for allowing us to speak. Our proposal is pretty straightforward. When we saw the enrollment splits come out in the fall, for us at Centaurus, we're at a 3-year average enrollment of 1555, and the cutoff is at 1500. So obviously we're in that spot where a lot of ADs would tell you you don't want to be, right? You're in the bottom of the upper classification. And, you know, obviously got a lot of feedback from our coaches, but when that came out, and, you know, it's my role as an athletic director to communicate to our coaches and to our community as a whole, the implications of cutoffs and splits and the work that you all do. And it's not, there's always going to be some classification. And then, you know, working with Harry and some other folks, you know, we got to see, and Ryan, just such a tremendous job putting all of this data together and making it so easy and transparent for us to view. We noticed something at least specific to us and to Liberty High School as well. And speaking with Jeff down at Liberty, that there were only 2 schools at the time when Jeff and I were working on this that were in the 1500 to 1600 range. We put in there Lutheran as well now from the multiplier. They're moving up from, I feel like they were somewhere in the 1,000 range, and now they're in the upper 1500. So now this proposal includes 3 schools. And we're simply asking for the sports that we have listed here, which is most, that we would ask the CHSAA to consider, and the CLOC committee specifically to consider moving the enrollment for 5A, the bottom number, to be 1,600. Hearing the conversation that we've been hearing today about getting to compete against like schools is certainly the impetus for this. And also too, we wouldn't be down here, and Harry and I, when we talked, if this was a huge ripple on the association, because we don't want to do that. You know, it's, and when we looked at, and speaking with Ryan as well on this, we understand that there is an imbalance specifically with some sports as it relates to 5A and 4A teams, and that 4A typically has, depending on the sport, then 5A classification has, and we understand that. The reason we felt comfortable bringing this appeal forward is that it's just 3 sports. School-specific rationale we have listed down there. Starting with, you know, and I hadn't had a chance to speak with Lutheran on this, but a 2 classification jump for them is pretty significant, especially when you consider, now we understand the multiplier and we understand that passed and the rationale for that. But when you talk about, you know, when it's postseason time in my schools, the possibility that a Lutheran might run up against a school that has 2,800 students or 3,000 students when they have 1,000 is significant, and that's a significant jump. In speaking with Jeff at Liberty, and we consider our schools to be pretty much in the same boat here in terms of postseason competitiveness. I mean, our boys soccer team is perennially pretty strong. And we'll swim down, and other than that, the token and the carrot for a lot of our athletic programming is that state qualification and being able to qualify for a state tournament that would have live streams, and that sort of opportunity. We feel that being before they mostly spend 5A, 7A basketball, we give our coaches and our programming that incentive for our kids, which is ultimately what this is about. We have Jeff sent me some of that information that will be on the backside of the issue for some of their last playoff successes and qualifications. And then finally, I would conclude by saying, you know, with the new Granite Peaks League alignment this year, we're down to an 8-team league. We would be the only 5A, if this number did not get changed, we would be the only 5A school in a 4A league. And that's basically because we had 55 more students. And so, in you know, the public perception of all of that, you're a 5A school and a 4A, you know, I can work with that and I can have good conversations about that, but all of those things that the public sees, our coaches sometimes who maybe aren't as, I don't want to say informed, but maybe not as up on what it means to be 5A versus 4A in the process, and how this is a 2-year process each time. We don't feel that bumping to 1,600 would be something unreasonable. And hearing conversation earlier, we think that it could be something that could be sustainable over training cycles to come. And so, Harry, I don't know if I missed anything, or if you just didn't know what these speak to. Yeah, I would. Continue to stretch, loosen up.
That was my fault, Harry. I started talking trash. We were on pace in the beginning. That was my
I don't
fault.
know if it's good or bad.
at this point. No, thank you. I want to reiterate, thank you. You know, arguably this committee has the toughest job of any committee in the association. You have very important decisions to make. You have to look at the merit of that. You know, we try to do that, but that's so I understand that. You know, I'm sure your inboxes when you get back are full of appreciation for the job that you do. So let me just start by saying you're going to get one here regardless of the outcome. I appreciate and understand being a former staff member of 9 years, serving on the board and as president, and then recently task force. I understand what you're going through and appreciate the job you're having to do here. And we wouldn't, as Carl said, we wouldn't be here if we didn't feel like there was some merit to this conversation today. So thank you for allowing us to be here. You know, anytime we have an appeal, I kind of compare it to when Mike gets a waiver or for a transfer or a hardship. You know, he has to weigh the bylaws, the merit of the request, and any one of those, I would argue, is athletically based. We're here because we have interest in our school for a CLOC appeal. And you have to make a decision based on the information provided in the bylaws. And same with you today. You have a CLOC decision to make based on, you know, it is in our interest to appeal for our basically three schools today. And you're looking at that and having to weigh all these decisions based on what we present. And so hopefully what you hear from us today will give you the merit that we're hoping. Carl's done an outstanding job looking at this and trying to support Centaurus High School and like Liberty, and in this case even Lutheran, because we feel it's not a big disturbance to the overall. Those divisions are 50 something, 70 something right now, I believe, and so we're speaking about that does not create a disturbance in other leagues. But it does definitely have a large impact on three schools that they would be potentially having the opportunity to play in the postseason. So the even splits of the past, you know, when we were in the CLOC task force, we were talking about, hey, do we want to remain with even splits? Or do we want to make it so we can put like schools together? And that was the decision that ultimately the CLOC committee and the members made. Let's try to like schools to be in the same classification and not worry about those splits being even. Well, that's really why we're here. That gives us an opportunity to present that today. For that reason, there are three schools that we're talking about that all in that 100 range from 1,500. 1,500 is a round number as you talk about, and it looks great, right? It's a great number. So is 1,600. It's also a very nice round number, and also looks good. And with that, those three schools, that's 100 from 1,500 to our largest school of 38 something. That's 144% increase. So we talked about, you mentioned you don't want to go more than double. This is double plus almost 50% from top school down to the 1,500. So that is a consideration. So when we talk about natural breaks, which we've always looked at, is where that natural break falls. I think 1,600 makes sense for a natural break. Those three schools that are in the 1,500 range aren't major disturbance to the whole organization of 4A5A, but it is a huge disturbance on ability to qualify. Again, we're not talking, if you look at the list, it's going to change. That's not the goal. We're not winning those, at least in Liberty and in the case of Centaurus. So we're talking about having an opportunity to qualify and knowing that we're going to play in a 4A league. We're going to play like schools all year. We're in a 4A league right now.
But to qualify for a 5A league is going to be extremely difficult, first of all, with the criteria that are set to qualify out of a 4A league. And I feel like it's giving our schools an unfair opportunity to make the brackets for a 5A. And for 3 of us, particularly. So when we talk a 70+ league and 50+ leagues, those are like schools that are in that 70+ range. So we say the question could come, hey, do you really want to play against 77 schools to try to qualify, or 50 some schools to qualify? I would say we would take any day the 70 some like schools that we have an opportunity to compete with. Those 50 some schools are very much going to be very difficult to play at that against some unlike. So that is the premise of what we're talking about. Yeah, can every class request it? You know, I'm not sure. I believe we're the only one asking for a full change. We're not coming in with individual sports. We're looking at overall change for all of our sports programs. And I would say, yes, everybody could do that, but everybody's not doing that. They're not here today making all of those requests to change every classification. And this was the opportunity. And Carl is looking out for his school and trying to advocate for his programs to be able to be at compete against like schools in the postseason. And so I just want to say, yeah, they can do that with us. So again, I hope this makes sense. I hope it resonates, and take it for what it's worth, the merit of our conversation. We're not wanting to disrupt the process or the association and cause a big disturbance. And I don't believe the 3 schools we're requesting for that change would do that. We just want to be classified where we truly feel we belong. So.
Anybody got questions?
So the question, I'm just looking at the 3-year average data that's here on the dashboard. It shows Niwot.
I excluded that in conversations with Joe. I think he still needs to update his number. I think we had a couple of, they have exam sites. Yeah, they have students. Yeah, friends and political.
Okay.
Is this the 1,500 or are all the sports that it would be associated with either 4 or 5?
Or no.
It's every sport.
So that would be 4. However many sports.
Don't worry, I just wanted everyone to make sure they were awake.
So kind of to your question, based on conversations we've had earlier, the nice thing about this is this is a consistent change. So it affects all those sports with the exception of the ones that are already outliers. The big question here is it creates a little bit of the imbalances that we see. 4A is already the biggest classification. You are talking 3 schools, so it's not significant, but it is significant in some areas because you're going like in some of these you're jumping up into the 70s as opposed to 47 kind of ish. So it's that imbalance. You're not talking about a large number of schools, and it does allow you to stay with that consistency that I know we've been discussing throughout the day. So
I think the challenge is we don't know what enrollments will look like. So I think when I think about the structure that we set up, when I see the formula of, you know, the certain gap between the 1A and the 2A, and I don't know the exact percentage, but I can see that's 100, and then it's 250 to 3A, and then it's 250, you know, and it's 350 to 4A, then it's 500, and it's like there's a natural progression of the bigger you get, the little bit wider of gap of enrollment, because you're probably making cuts in 2000, because the same thing is going to happen, I'm sure, with 1A. It's like, why is it not 85? And that only affects 3 teams this year. I think that's the challenge. It's just the 1,500. I'm not saying I'm trying to better understand it. Is it affects 2 teams this year, and then next year with the multiplier, and somebody loses some enrollment, and it puts 7, 8, 9 teams down in there. Grouping like schools will always come down to enrollment, and there's a ton of other factors. We know that.
Point in the sense that our largest classification right now is 4A and then 3A, no question. We're not seeing enrollment trends are not going up. They're definitely going down, to your point. So we are not seeing, and then the new schools, like all 8 that you will see today of new schools are in the 2A, 3A range, but we're not seeing 5A schools, right now. So that is something to consider as the trend we're seeing in enrollment. And again, it's really about how extreme you want the imbalance. The clock could come back in 2 years and say, well, let's move it back to 1,500 because we have seen that. The idea is we want to try not to do that. So you going, you have some, like I'm looking at girls cross country, you'd go to about 50 schools, 51 to, it would raise it by 3 to 76. So you're not talking about, but you're already talking about imbalance. You're not talking about extreme. You're just making it a little more extreme. And where the trend's going, to your point, it is something to consider. So
I get the high end also, but I guess my question is, and I just did a quick glance at the numbers. The teams or the schools that are over 2,500, I have like 4 or 5, is that correct? On the data side of it. And the reason why I'm saying that is when we talk about like, yes, there's this, on this top end, there's 4 or 5 that are over 2,500, but the
there's 6
majority,
above 2,500.
One of them's activity.
Oh, yeah, one of them.
majority are from that 1,500, 2,500, so 1,000 difference is what we look at it from that perspective. I mean,
The Cherry Creek one is an extreme outlier in my opinion. Well, that one in chapter in this book. But are those the 2 biggest?
You have 5 schools above 2,500 because one of the schools there is activity only, and they're
5 schools that participate in athletics.
yeah, above 2,500.
I do agree. I was wondering about this, and full transparency, Carl and I talked a couple different times about it, and I actually strongly encouraged him to come to this because I do think now's the time, because I do think we are to some extent, setting hopefully a foundational structure that we're going to keep in place for hopefully many years, but at least for a while by intent. And so now's the time to talk about it for sure. I do worry a little bit about the 5A. Philosophically, I've always been supportive of a bell curve because I think that does put more like schools together. So I've always been in favor of that, but I do worry that with enrollment in the state of Colorado declining, pretty consistently across the board for everybody, that 1,500 number, we're going to start seeing a lot of teams, a run of teams potentially are going to start running, and that we're going to get a 4A that's exorbitant at some point. And so I do worry a little bit about going 15 to 16 for that.
Right now. With that, we get 25 teams that are dropping into that developer testifying that 4A, 3A number drops down with that 2A drops down. We don't have tolerances defined.
The nice thing is you're not doing it by sport like we are, like we did this cycle. Even if you do 16, 15, okay, but that's hitting every sport across the board and making it generalized as what we did last, cycle and cycles before was look at each sport and make these tweaks like that. That's hard on schools.
So if we accept this and then Loveland's like we're 1,508, there'd just be 2 more schools. That's my only, I'm not even saying it's the wrong move and that we might not be pairing like schools. I'm curious how many more schools would come in and be like, we're so close. We should bump it down to 1,450.
I think part of what I would say, and again, this is great. We are talking these 3 schools. I guess one of the things I would be remiss if I didn't share is if I'm in the 2A, 3A range, there's also schools that you could say, well, if we just bump this to 350, then, it does set that precedent where if I'm thinking, and the guys have done a great job and admitted, like this is really affecting these 3 schools. But if I'm a school at that cutoff at 500 and I'm, you're like, why can't we go to 600? There does that argument. We will get that. We will. And I think it's reasonable to think that way if you're. It does set a little bit of a precedent of that I would be concerned about, to be honest with you, from my chair. Again, because we've said it how many times today, there is gonna always be a smallest, and I was that, like Carl said, it's not enviable to be there. Somebody will, and it's not something you envy, so. But I do think as we start to make those kind of adjustments, it does lend itself to that in the future, as well as, as we go forward even to the legislative council in February. So it's.
Part of this whole new process too, is that we want to look at the most current data. So if we get to the next cycle, 2 years down the road, and we do need to reevaluate or something, we have the ability to do that just by the whole overall approach of how we're taking this right now. This might make sense.
One thing we
now,
can
but in
probably
2 years,
guarantee is that 4A and 3 are going to continue to be the biggest classifications because that's where a bulk of our schools are. That's a good point. Say it again. Yeah, of course. Well, Carl can. You can't, Harry. Yeah. We're okay with
Very
Carl.
polite in Boulder Valley.
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
polite.
I was just saying, I feel like that's the job of the committee, right? To reevaluate every 2 years. We know trends are gonna change over 2 years and then, still keep the round numbers, right? But at the same time, you go with the trends, whichever way they're going, and you make adjustments over 2 years. We're doing that now every 2 years, right? So I feel that, as you said, Ryan, that ability to do that is now. Again, and I understand your concern, could it make other people appeal? Well, there's only a couple schools on the edge, and do they have good rationale? And if so, are they gonna bring it to you or not? Today they're not. There's not very many that are. Do they feel like they have an argument for that? But I think you do a great job on this. I don't think there's, in my opinion, a lot of that. I think there's potentially a few adjustments, but for the vast majority of schools, there's only a couple Bobo schools typically every cycle that are on that bottom end. So I feel like there's opportunity to adjust with that every 2 years without creating a monster. But that's my 2 cents.
I just think that we're out at 1,500 makes sense. When you look at all of the sports, especially for the 5-day sports, started analyzing those. You're going from 4A in that 25 teams, every one of them more than 5A. Take that, which is 1,600. And I think we still have to have some equitable pieces. In a class, how many class. So for example, in volleyball, taking 3 away, that's gonna go to 40. On 5A, you're looking at 44. In 4A in volleyball, you're looking at 80. I mean, that's a huge discrepancy in those two. I'm hoping you'll too far away.
I hear where you all are coming from today. And something that you said, Mike, that resonated with me was the competitive equity. And I think that's what you all are talking about today, is that you're concerned about competitive equity for your communities and your school. But I also concur with Kurt is that I'm wondering, like what we've all said too, is that if we go to 1,600, then there's going to be some at 1,600 that also have the same concern.
So we are in that, so we do have a proposal. So this one, we are in a position to make a motion to approve or deny this proposal. When it talks about splits. Is that so? All right. Anybody feel comfortable making that motion? Further discussion?
I don't want to do that horse, Brian. There is a set 2 point whatever is gradient per classification. Just curious where we settled on that to find, is that a bell curve oriented? No, we didn't. Okay. What I mean is like in a 5, if someone has six classifications, I'm seeing 1 through 100. I'm seeing 100 through 250. That's you know, 100 gap, a 150 gap, a 250 gap, a 400 gap, a 500 gap, right?
We did intentionally make the gaps bigger at larger classifications. We definitely did that. I would say we arrived at the splits based on a lot of trial and error.
Here's similar to the question that was asked. Two-way CHSAA, how strong is one way or the other?
I don't know.
Then you're the grant, the new grant, so you can be able to apply to who's school, for the other schools.
Silver Creek, Longmont, Homestead, Monarch, Mead.
Geographically, all schools are
Yeah,
right there.
geographically, all like schools.
You're not in this.
No, and we'll be playing each other twice in most of these sports, right? So the majority of our competition will be against schools with similar enrollment. Obviously less than ours, but not that much less to the school.
What does that look like for Liberty? Do you know? Their league placement?
They're in that CSML Metro, so against all the 5A schools.
They're all 5A. Okay.
And according to Jeff, he feels like this would be something from one side probably for them, but he sees their trend of enrollment actually increasing. So he might be a 5A, an upper classification school after this.
I will say, I will anticipate that even with the splits where they are, we're gonna get some pushback as a committee to take some. Try to relieve some of the pressure. And the obvious thing is you make 2A or 5A bigger, you know, and that we will hear that, I think, even regardless of what we decide on this. Because again, you're talking 3 schools, you know, and I do think this is something we will be looking at again in 2 years, because that pressure is not going to go away. I think you'll see more schools in 4A because of enrollment. So it's going to continue to be a discussion. But there's already imbalance, and I know that's a philosophical change, so we're going to feel that anyway. But when you're talking the imbalance being from 50 to 75, that, you know, and again, it's a like schools argument. You guys already said it, you know, would you rather compete against 47 or 75? 75 because they're more like us, you know, so it's going to come no matter what, but we will continue to feel that pressure to do something especially.
We just had the wondering, I think if the goal is to get like schools together, right, and we have a framework to do that, then it shifts really the onus to me. It's just going to shift the onus potentially to the sport committees. Because then I think the variable that might need to shift, instead of the enrollment number shifting to create balance, the playoff structure is going to be, right? Like if we go to something like a 50%, you know, everybody, that's going to inherently increase, you know, 2A, 3A, 4A are going to have bigger playoff sizes than 5A and 1A, you know, in a bell curve, if a true bell curve. So there'll be a moving variable. I just think it shifts the variable from the splits to
it's a really
playoff.
good point. And those discussions are cyclical, because if you have a classification of 65 and all 65 qualify for the postseason, not that big a deal.
Yeah.
But it's when you have 65 and then 32 qualify, and then you're like, well, we're in a classification of 65. You know? So the other thing I wanted to say is there does need to be we got to recognize again that there's going to be a cut somewhere, and it has to be somewhere. You know, at some point where you do have to acknowledge that there's going to be a cut somewhere.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Sure.
2A volleyball is already at 86 teams. And so, I mean, if you're gonna be pushing down 3A to 4A to make 1A to 2A bigger, we're already at 86.
Volleyball's not the best example. That's why we're talking about adding the classification there, because that is the extreme example of where the pressures are. You're great point. Yeah.
All right. I think we're further discussion, or I think we're go time on a motion. I think the motion is do we move to approve the proposal by Centaurus that's going to move 5A to 1600 plus in all sports, or motion to not? I think that.
I move that we keep the number at 1,500 for 5.
Got a motion? Second by Amy. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? So we got one no vote. All right, motion carries. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys. All right, we are up to where we 1A basketball, Kit Carson.
Sarah.
Sarah, again,
You're still
thank you
here.
for, she's been fighting the good fight as well.
Everyone's
Well, thanks for letting us speak. It was kind of a last minute thing when I called and asked if I could come and join. And then I said, can I speak? And that was, whoo, yay. Sarah Crawford from Kit Carson. Kit Carson currently has an enrollment of 28 students. We typically, our average is 30, 33, somewhere in there most of the time. I come from, I'm here today to support small schools in 6 classifications. But volleyball is right there too. We're starting to think about that with volleyball, so that's exciting. But I served on the CLOC task force and learned so much. And I realized the state is bigger than 1A. So, learned a lot. But you know, there's just so much. When we were talking about on the task force, we wanted to do our best to try to group like schools, just like, you know, we've been hearing all along. And I was right there when we talked about it's not necessary anymore or not as important to have the same number of schools in each class. And I agreed with that, actually. Now, I know some of my colleagues kind of disagreed with me on that, but that made sense. That made sense to me. But like schools, I know you have to, I believe, start with enrollment. And we have put together some information, you guys see it on your screen, with different ideas. But what I love about this is that it shows the size and like the greatest school in each classification and how many times bigger they are than the smaller. And in 1A, of course, you can't say you don't want to go down to 1 because 1 can't field a team. We really believe, and those that I have talked to in our area believe that 30, if you have a school with an enrollment of 30, you're competing, you're playing most of the sports. And, you know, so I would say, let's look at 30 as the bottom or close to that. But that said, we have put together some of this information showing the times bigger that the biggest school is to the smallest school. And the way that the preliminary numbers fall, it shows right there that, you know, just starting with 2A, that the smallest school to the largest school, there's about 2.5 times bigger. And then 3A, 2 times bigger, 4A, 2 times bigger, 5A, 1.5 times bigger. So with 1A, you know, another thing that we talked about on the task force is the equitable whatever with playing, that if there is going to be a top, there's a bottom. And, you know, I got behind a lot of the ideas that we had about if a team was struggling, that yes, we should have a capability of placing them down. If they are super, super successful on the other end, need to be placed up. But we all know that the placing down is going to happen way more often than the place up. It's really difficult to be placed up with the way things are set. So that said, the smallest classification, it does have the greatest opportunity of growth for the most part. And I know I just said that that's not as big of a deal, and to me, it really isn't. That's not the primary thing that I think we should look at. But when we do move teams down, that means we've got to look at the enrollment. And Carson right now competing with, so it says 31. That's not our most accurate data, but 31 is our average, I believe. We would be, could possibly compete against teams almost 4 times our size, and Ryan, I love what you do too, and you sent out that information that we're trying really hard not to have teams that would have to compete against anyone over, 2 times their size or whatever. And I know you are trying, and it's really hard. It's really hard to accommodate all schools. But 4 times bigger, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't know how. I had my colleague, my superintendent said that's like saying that Sterling High School should compete against, oh my, that's 4 times bigger. And in Nolan's world, would Sterling probably be able to compete with Columbine in anything? And that's the same for the small schools. And as you know, in the small schools, we have nowhere to go. If there's lack of success, where the heck are we going, right? We are just there. We're there. And it's like, we feel like we're being told, well, buck up, suck up, that's just where you're at. And I feel like there's more we can do for the small schools. 1A classification was created to support the smallest schools. And by increasing the enrollment, the top end of the enrollment to 99, I don't feel like that is supporting the smallest schools. I've had a conversation with Ryan. There's opportunities out there of different things that we could possibly do. But I really am concerned about our nearest future. And I don't know if any of you have ever been a part of a very small school before. Holyoke is close. I grew up at Caliche, so I get where you're at, but we're talking smaller than that. And what happens is if a school loses a program because kids start to not go out anymore when they are being faced with losing a lot or never having an opportunity to move on in the postseason, they start not going out. So when kids don't go out, then we don't have programs. We start dropping programs. If a small school drops programs, we lose our identity to an extent. Our community loses our identity. If we lose too many programs, the school is no longer going to be there. So that said, I hope that you all can just really consider the smallest of schools. And I get it. We might be outliers or whatever, but we are still there and we are still working our tails off to compete against schools that are 4 times bigger than us. We are trying. We're really, really trying, but it's not easy. It's not easy. And so, as I listen to everyone else that went ahead of us, I agree with a lot of things people said. And then there were other things that I didn't really understand a lot of, but I believe that to keep the competitive equity at where we need it to be, we need to really look at the times bigger. I guess that might not be the correct term, but how much bigger is the biggest school to the smallest school, and look at that more so than a clean number. And I know that might mean that it changes every couple of years, but are we trying to present the best opportunities for kids? Isn't that the most important thing? Rather than keep everything clean, the most important thing is to present the best opportunities for as many kids as we possibly can, including the small schools.
I'll add a little bit, yeah. Colin Nicholas, Brigsdale High School Athletic Director, girls basketball coach on the basketball committee coming up next cycle, North Central League president. So I wear a few hats, and kind of representing the YWKC as well. We had some meetings with them as well. Had conversations with Sarah early on about this, and with the Lower Platte League, which is a 1A, 2A, and now some 3A schools out that way, which Holyoke's a part of too. As far as the basketball end of it, I think traditionally what our league and the YWKC and the Lower Platte is kind of looking towards the numbers we've traditionally been at, which is that, I mean, it's been 70, I've been coaching for 15 years. 75 to, I think we're at 81 or 2 now. I think everyone's kind of okay with that. The previous cutoff, I think, was 81. So I think it would be even acceptable from what I'm hearing, kind of the in an 85 number. Sarah wants 75 in the 6-man number. I think 85 is kind of more traditional. It would kind of balance out. And then the Lower Platte's been talking, Sean Randall put out something, and they kind of want to be in that 240 to 250 range where we've kind of been on the bottom end. That kind of makes the 3 heavier too, but I think we're talking about like schools and trying to compete against double-sized schools. And I mean, I'm in better shape than Brigsdale has 55 kids. We have 2 girls in the senior class. So trying to balance out girls basketball teams, and I'm in a lot better shape than Sarah, you know, trying to find that stuff. It's just not like competing when you get to classes with 100. Now you're talking about 25 kids in a class with 12 girls that you can pull from, 12 boys apparently, you know, supposedly. I think just that balance, I think on the 1A, 2A basketball end of it, they're just throwing 100 number out there. Hard to take this, you know, we're talking about the volleyball number, and we took baseball numbers. And one of the arguments was, I mean, the percentage of teams in it, when you guys look at 1A baseball, there's not very many teams in 1A baseball, but those are probably like schools and like communities. I think you want to talk about the like part of it, trying to find the like schools. 1A basketball should be more aligned with the very, very small 8-man schools and the 6-man schools, whether they play it or not. I mean, there's tons of basketball teams that don't play football, but those are like size schools, and the kids and opportunities we're trying to pull through. So our thought would be to put it at an 85 number for the 1A, 2A cutoff, and then that kind of, I know, the 240 to 250 range. It gets clean at 250, but what does Holyoke think about this? If you want to add.
Yeah, so 2A, 1A, like I think small schools are a unique beast, right? And they're a little bit different. I think that when you look at classifications right now, I don't have numbers for 1A, and if you have them, great. But I think in the 2A classification with the 0 to 99, there are 30 schools over 2 times the size of the lowest end school. Ryan can tell me if I'm wrong. But
1A is over half of them. Over half of them are doubled up.
And so it does make it challenging from a very small school perspective to find like schools. And so it's never going to be a perfect system, and we've always got to try to work on all of that. But my heart's rural. My heart's little
Right.
schools, right? And so I'm always going to be the advocate for giving rural schools and small schools the biggest chance to find success with the numbers and that we have.
Say that I think a difficult thing is really if you have under probably 30 kids, most of them aren't fielding teams. So your gap between 30 and 100 actually grows. Like the number of teams that are on the lower end of 30, they don't get to play the team that have 10, 12 kids in school. Because we've had 50 some kids in our school before, so I really do understand what it looks like to want to call it. Like if we get every year we play basketball this year, you might be able to field a team, right? Like, and then we're definitely not having JV. And so when there's like a minimum number to actually have a team, and then there's a big difference between 30 and what has been traditional in the 74, 75, whether you have a JV. And those teams are strengthened because if you have 87 kids in the school and you're a boys basketball team, you almost 100% have a JV basketball team. If you have 30 boys in the school, you probably don't have, not 30 boys, 30 kids, you don't have a JV basketball team. It lends it's a very difficult gap. I don't know what the right answer is. I do know that since we've changed from the 74 to
to 82 to now to 100. That's a big change for small schools. So I think that's where the challenge come in, because it's a change. I'm not sure what the right answer is. I do know from personal experience the difference between playing somebody with 30 and somebody that has 98. They have JV, and that's a development program. That's a depth, strength. It's not even about talent. It's about, like, you just have numbers so that you can practice and play. And
But it's also scheduling is an issue. I'm an athletic director as well, and scheduling teams that, we don't have JV at this present time. We have, but we don't right now. But trying to schedule against other schools who definitely have JV teams, they don't really want to play us because they can't play all of their kids that night, and so that's a struggle, so we have to get really, really strategic about who we're gonna put on our schedule and, who will, whatever, and it's just, that makes it difficult.
Is this a basketball only proposal?
What are we talking
Right
about?
now, we're looking at the 6 classifications, so basketball, but, of course, we have volleyball in the back of our minds too, now that you brought that up, and that's been something I've been hoping.
About baseball and track.
They don't have 6 classes.
No, I would like to see it though.
I guess the other thing for me, coming from the
Basketball.
small
Yeah.
school perspective, is we're looking at leagues that now for basketball have to go and find, so let me see, it splits our league, right? Even more than our league's already been split. So if you look at the lower Platte, which is my league, we have 1A to now 3A teams in our league. And it becomes very, very challenging to schedule league games because the 3A schools don't want to play us anymore. Like, not that they don't want to play us, but they have to go and find 3A schools to play, right? And that's a challenge for them and for us. And then the challenge also for those 3A schools then also becomes what league wants to take them for basketball only. And I know the 2 schools that are in that situation in my league right now, and dear God, please, if I'm wrong, if you're watching, but I don't think they have a home with a league for basketball. Like, they've gone and approached the other league and it's like, no, like, you're not in it for anything else. So just, it's scheduling and it's within our leagues and but we've always done it. We've always been creative, but I think this makes that gap harder.
Mike, you were asking about the 6A, 5A, 4A, and I mean, the different classifications. If we're gonna go with the bell curve, it looks like we just took everything at 1A and started at 100, depending on the sport and how many, and I think that's kind of where we're at. The basketball with 6 classes should probably start a little lower. Volleyball, we realize it's gonna have to start a little bit higher. I think we're okay.
It'll definitely help if volleyball and basketball.
I do agree with that.
But
No pressure.
Hint,
Well, but I mean,
hint, hint, hint.
Just numbers.
I do agree with that. I just want to point out that the 5A, 6A split is also the same across the board. So it wasn't just 1A.
right,
No, I'm
Yeah,
I'm not
the top end is
disagreeing with what
same,
you're saying. I'm
correct.
just saying it was not only 1A that was the same.
I think we're trying to find kind of the likes and
This would have not as much effect when we're talking about, it is a huge basketball issue, right? I mean,
2 cycles ago, and now we went up 25% in 1A on the size of enrollment, and that seems like a big gap.
If I look at the numbers, let me put them up here.
I think from my aspect, and I said this in our planning meeting yesterday, I'm all about consistency. And I think Mike heard me say that over and over and over. Like, we just need something more consistent where we're not fluxing like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And from this aspect, 85, I don't think we flux back and forth. I think this is and it still gives our very small schools the best opportunity possible to compete.
I would concur with that. It's still a lot for consistency moving forward. I don't think it shows, I still think you're gonna have some pressures, that's reality. But I think through this process, if you look at it a little bit holistically, 1A has it hasn't been the most competitive equity model in the past for 1A. We've kind of said that since the get-go, but when you do have kind of a play down mentality in our membership, that's, if you're the smallest, it's not equitable. So you have to recognize the uniqueness of where 1A is. And yeah, so I think the point's well taken.
So if I'm hearing what you guys are saying there, that staff doesn't have any concern within basketball with, so our 1-6 classification sport, that we would just and go 1 to 84. And then it would, then 2A would be 85 to 249. Like we wouldn't adjust that. Okay.
What is this our only 6 classification? We have 7 with football, my only thing is if we do volleyball, we have to do the exact same thing.
Agree.
If we go to 6, that's not.
I think we.
But I think you want, I think you'd want that, right? You would want
For this
that.
cycle.
I would concur for next, yeah,
Yeah.
that's still a cycle.
Unless we can pull
I
it
think
together
that-
for next fall.
I think the challenge is then there, say that happens, works out, basketball 1 to 84, takes those top teams that are in the 90s and high 80s that have JV teams and puts them probably where that's yeah. But baseball is tougher because there's so fewer teams. So where is that a 4 classification?
Baseball's 5.
Sticking wherever volleyball is, and yep.
You guys want me to share any of the other tabs on your spreadsheet?
I mean, you can show them the others. I think it has the my splits, that's Sean Randall, and his was, oh shoot, mine's not gonna let me do it now. He was 85. So that's what we're talking about. And Sarah splits, that's mine. My idea was to stick closer to the football numbers. And when I said that, well, we'll talk about it after you vote. I have another idea.
We could
You want
change
7
football
classes.
leagues, right?
You want 7 classes.
I want a D1, D2, like Kansas. But we don't have time.
We're not talking football anymore.
Right. So
Pony.
They're typically,
Tradition.
they've
They've
gone
never.
to yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Ryan, the cut is 81 right now. So I think they're currently 2A. 82? Thank you. So maybe, good question, but I think they're already 2A. Isn't Honey?
Tony?
There are 103 kids.
Their enrollments dropped a lot. Yeah. No, that's right. So I'm saying, but they're currently playing 2A, I believe.
No, the only question I have is it would not be moving on. And then my question would be, do we know how many teams would actually fit in that? Would we end up because, some of these other schools not multiplied? Because there's certain schools that have 53 kids that might get private school multiplied and moved up because they win a 1A playoff game. Give me a Front Range Baptist that has 54 kids. They could win first round boys basketball and get moved up to 2A in the next.
This actually accounts for multiplier already applying. Teams would be exempt, so they would move down if it didn't apply.
And so I just make sure I'm clear on this. At 85, if we set it to 85, it affects 5 teams. Is that correct?
Basketball. I think that's right. Mhm.
I mean, I'm looking at Justice Honey, Robert F. Smithstein, Hanover.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Crowley County, Fowler, Haxton.
yeah. Mhm. Are you looking at the 26, 28?
Yeah, that's.
Oh, okay, got it, yeah. Yeah, I think it's 8 or 9.
If you.
Average is 8, according to us. I guess what I'm getting at is, are these 8 or 9 of these 5 teams become, say, but now wait, I'm 90, I'm 85, or I'm 86. I'm playing against some teams of 250. That's a huge span. When we're talking about, to the point of JV and freshmen and all those things, we have that same.
I think traditionally we've been at 81 and 250 the last few, or 242, 81 and 240. So I think the teams are staying where they've been. I think they're staying where they've been.
challenge is when you get from 30 to 75, some have JV, some don't. Almost no girls teams do, some boys teams do. When you get from 86 to 150, we're still not making cuts in our programs, but everybody's, I mean, my guys is going to most of it. Everybody's kind of.
And you see it, like, we all play each other, so Holyoke does not play Kit Carson. But like, but we play some other small schools and you see it, right? When they don't have a C program or a JV program, and we do have the opportunity to have C and JV, you just see it, and it's not an equitable playing field at all. And I just don't want to do that to 1A, because also, small schools, their schools are their community. Like, their houses are empty on Friday nights and stuff, and that's their livelihood, because let's be honest, there's nothing else out where we're at, right? There's no movie there, there's nothing. So I don't want to inhibit 1A schools. And I'm very passionate, but that's because that's where I live. So always know that that's my wheelhouse, and that's where I'm gonna.
So for consistency on the 5 piece, though, my question then becomes, okay, let's look at track and baseball. Are we pushing that back to 85 as well? We just did that with another one to keep them all consistent.
But
This is 6A.
This is
6A, 6 classes.
So it's just.
Yeah, just 6 classes.
So the only way it would apply is if another one became a 6A.
Right, like volleyball, when volleyball, Bethany, when.
We build our own facility, yeah.
But yeah, then it would be, I think we would do the same thing.
You're already thinking in that lens. That's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And that provides consistency too,
That's what I'm.
right? Like consistent.
We're right.
So again, this was only, the proposal was only for basketball.
Correct, with the 6
6
Any-
classes.
Yep.
I guess if you wanted to make it for any classification, if we added volleyball or something else later at 6, then this should probably go with it. It's these numbers to stay consistent.
Okay, so I believe where we are with the conversation, and again, we need a motion on this, but the proposal, what's being proposed, what I'm hearing is that we're dropping that to 85. So 1 to 85, right? Or is it 1 to 84?
1 to 84,
85 above.
Is it that one or is it?
1 to 84, 85 is the bottom of 2A.
249.
Yeah. Correct, is that correct?
Correct.
Right.
No. There's 7.
So many of those smaller schools.
Could we have that motion?
So the motion is, I move, and somebody correct me. Move to change 1A basketball to 1 to 84.
Maybe more accurately, 6 classifications.
In the
Yes,
6
within
classification
6
sport.
classification. I'd second that.
Got a motion and a second to move all 6 classification sports, the 1A range from 1 to 84. And that would then necessitate a change at 2A that would go from 85 to 249. Got a motion and a second on that.
5 to 241.
Say it again.
Did you hear the top end of 2A?
240.
Not at this point. So we got any further discussion on that?
Did you say the top end of 2A was?
249, which is what it is currently. All right, motion and second. For any further discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
I think you earned it.
I do too. I have junior hires in 40 minutes. I'm not gonna make it.
On the positive, it was worth your time, so thank you so much. Thank you guys.
All right, our last guest, we got a speech and debate. Is that?
Let's go.
We have one more guest after this, but
Okay.
it's down here.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. just say yes.
Hi. Welcome.
My name is Christine Jones. I work at Cherokee Trail and I'm the chair of this. And I'm here today to request that we look at the split for 3A and 4A for speech and debate. Currently, it's 1 to 7:49. So the break is that 7:49, 7:50. And I would request 3A 1 to 1,000 and then 1,001 to 1,499 4A. One of the things that makes speech and debate unique is that we have different events and different classifications. So 3A contains some events that are a little bit less preparation based in recognition of this small aspect. Gives the students a chance to participate in a number of different activities and still be competitive in the speech and debate realm. 4A has the categories that they have. So 3A is 4A plus some of those less prepared events, and then 5A include. So that's kind of what makes speech and debate. If we look to last year's, the 2024 to 2026, that cut point was at 1,000. By moving it down to 750, what that does is that takes 4 schools who have traditionally been in that smaller school, the 3A category, who compete in those less prepared events regularly, and it moves them into 4A. And so I think that looking historically at the competition in speech and debate, changing that back to 1,000 leaves schools that have traditionally competed in the events that are offered in the 3A category in the 3A category. If you look at the speech and debate even with the preliminary, you see that teams choose to play up quite often, and it really is based on like schools. So who do I compete with on our weekend competitions? I'm choosing to compete in the state category that kind of matches the events that my students compete in. I'm happy to answer any questions, but also don't want to belabor a point. So
Questions?
What's the recommendation of the?
Speech committee. You talking to the chairperson?
Okay.
They say yes. All sides are yes. Everyone agrees.
Obviously missed
that. No.
I don't think she introduced them.
Have not communicated with them, but know that they are, looking at where they put their students. They are competing kids in those events that they would lose access to if they were to move. And they're schools that are on the state tournament committee for the 3A tournament as well.
Is there any negative impact by moving out?
Not immediate. I think the biggest negative is that we've got preliminary out there. It would mean that likely 5 schools who have at this point in the category choose to.
And I know we touched on it yesterday, but I think staff's recommendation was to support this, correct? Is that-
Yes.
Yeah.
Whatever Christine says, we support.
Christine, we trust. Is that what I?
And Christine,
that's
we
what
trust.
That's what I've heard.
So I move that we move the 3A number to 999, is that? What we're saying? Yeah. And that 4A starts at 1,000. For speech.
4A starts at. Yes, sorry.
Is that right?
Is there any other 3 classification?
There are.
There's, in athletics, but not activities.
There's only 3 classifications, 3A, 4A, 5A. This change actually balance between the 3 classifications. And 3A is our smallest.
So that motion is just specifically for speech.
Correct. Yep. Okay, so I hear we got a motion for speech only that we would move 3A classification from 1 to 999, and then 4A would begin at 1,000. So we have that motion. Second, Ryan West. Any further discussion? Correct,
This is the only activity.
correct.
Did I do the numbers right?
I put it up. And again, this is with schools that likely have not declared up because they didn't need to. You said 4, Christine, is that right? That would move on.
So I don't see it. So am I missing it?
Sorry.
Oh,
I
sorry.
mislabeled the classes.
Oh, okay. Makes sense to me. Makes sense. All right, any further discussion on this one? All right, let's go ahead and vote to approve that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? All right, nailed it.
Thank you, Christine. I
Thanks,
appreciate
Christine.
you all and the work that goes into it.
All right, we have, it looks like keeping on, moving on. Let's see, where am I at? All right, so, yep, so if we're gonna jump back on the agenda real quick, I missed a step here. So after the conversation with league placements for the Village, Sand Creek and Lotus, we voted on the two requests from Village, and Lotus, right? Both, placing them independent. With Sand Creek, we decided at that point we were going to approve the league alignments as submitted, as presented by staff. So we need to make that motion and then vote on that. So can I get a motion on that? Awesome. All right, second. And I fumbled through. I didn't tee you up very good.
I'll second that.
All right, so we got a motion and a second to approve a league alignments as submitted by staff.
Submitted by the membership.
Submitted by the membership. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. And then do we need to vote on classification splits as a whole?
As a whole.
Okay,
With,
as amended, okay. All right, so then, we need a motion to approve classification splits for the 26-28 cycle as amended. All right. Do we have a second? All right, motion a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right, motion carries.
The next item on the agenda, just quickly, is program placement recommendations. Those were submitted by staff to you, and we have had no specific requests for appeals. If a school is going to appeal their placement, it would be at this point relative to the bylaws that were passed. So we will put the CLOC in position of having to rule against or for a bylaw. For that reason, if a school is appealing at this point, just their placement based on their CLOC or their average enrollment and that, they would have to go to legislative council because that would be to change specific to the bylaw. Does that make sense? That's where the objective criteria piece took the pressure off of CLOC, which we wanted to do because it was really, so we don't have anything here except just to ask for your approval of the recommendations that have been made based on the bylaws.
I approve for the recommendations made based on the bylaws.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, let's go ahead and say aye. Anyone opposed?
Just a point of information, we did communicate with every school that was affected by any of the bylaws that were passed, so they are aware, they know, they were given the options where to move if they wanted to, so communication has been out and yeah, had good conversations with them, so.
All right, next up, keeping us moving, we have our final guest of the day from Vanguard Classical. So,
thanks for your patience.
yeah, you've been. Yes, please. Thank you both for being here and hanging in there with us the afternoon here. So please introduce yourself and then we'll get you guys rock and rolling.
My name is Josh Turner. I'm the proud athletic director at Vanguard Classical School East. I'm going into my second year at the school. And when I took the position, we had some constraints at the school. With just some prior turnover and a lack of vision. But one thing I can sit here in front of you and say wholeheartedly is that our leadership, we have stable leadership. We're in a unique position. We have two campuses. We have a K through 8 campus that's in Lowry, and then we have a K through 12, which I serve as the athletic director. And a lot of the constraints actually came from our students not staying around due to our lack of athletics and being competitive and things of that sort. So one of the things that we came into was I wanted to build the relationships with the K through 8 charters that were around our area. We are one of the only K through 12 charters in Aurora with the surrounding areas. So we have done that. We've brought those schools onto our campuses, allowed them to play on our beautiful $1 million turf, build our awareness and everything of the sort. So one thing I know for a fact is coming from Eagle Crest and bigger school, we had a losing culture of kids of not coming out and kind of getting beat in the face with the leagues that we were in. So building our freshman class was the one thing that I really prided myself on. We went to schools, like I said, we brought some out, and we have 22 seniors currently, and now we have 75 freshmen in our school. The things that we can offer them academically and athletically was, hey, you get an opportunity to get thrown into the fire right away. You get to come in and learn and grow and do those things. But academically, by your junior and senior year, our school is paying for your associate's degree. That was a real big pull for our families that we brought in. And honestly, we've had 90 applications up to this point coming in. So we do feel very confidently about where we're at with our vision. I love the 4-day work weeks. But that gives us a unique experience as well athletically, with growing boys and girls golf, going to Spring Hill, getting free golf, and trying to get into the Colorado 7. We did actually get approved to be in the 5280 1A 2A league. I thought for us athletically that made sense for us with competitiveness. So like you stated with Lotus, we actually scheduled a lot of those opponents last year because we were in a frantic cycle of trying to get people and no one wanted to play with the scheduling conflicts. So priding myself on communication, making sure that we said we're going to be where we're going to be, when we're going to be there. And they saw the benefit of us being there. So we did get a unanimous vote to be in the league. And I think with the momentum that we do have, we would be a valuable asset to CHSAA. So that's kind of where I'm at with things. We have grown all of our programs. We now have cheerleading. We actually have speech and debate. We're going orchestra and choir. We have 2 all-state choir male singers this year, which I'm really proud of. But the things that we're getting people excited about at Vanguard, people are coming out, and we don't plan on slowing down. So
I'm Karen Secor. I'm the executive director, and I am now in my 3rd year in role. And the first time I sat in roughly this chair with you all, I was the operations director, and we had 3 executive directors in 2 years. And my heart kind of broke when I was watching Lotus talk to you guys, because I remember sitting here and telling you we don't have our stuff together, and we need time to get scooped, and we need time to get our program stood up. And we really feel like we've done that. And we feel like we are consistently showing up. We are we're competitive. Again, my heart also broke a little for those small schools when they said the kids don't want to go out if they're just getting beat up all day long. And the 5280 league is a much better match for us. So it gives our kids some real incentives to go and be excited. We were recruiting 8th graders about a week ago, and Josh stood up 3 of our kids on the basketball team, and one of the guys said, I really wanted to go to Rangeview. I really wanted to go to Rangeview. And then Mr. Turner explained the reasons why I should consider staying and continuing at Vanguard. He's a kindergarten through 12th grade kid. And we were losing those kids. And now, because we have stable and exciting program for those who are playing with us. And we get kids the opportunity to play where they might not be able to play in their schools. So it's a really great win for us all of you.
I just want to say thank you so much for coming back, for making the changes.
Bethany, I was terrified last time.
But to give you credit, you were just honest and said, we don't have it together. Give us another chance and we're going to make a difference. And you guys have. And I think the biggest thing, if you took anything away today, league placement is really a work. It really takes a lot of work.
Yes.
And so that is just credit to what you're doing. Your school is doing. So congratulations. It's definitely my recommendation that you're moved to full membership.
I said that I was at the board members in the room when you came here.
I remember that day very well.
Oh, it's not a
but-
day I'll forget soon. Thanks, though.
But no, to your credit and to your credit, what you saw from other schools today, that what you've grown steps, you've taken the active role, you've taken in seeking out the legal steps for your school and your advocacy for your kids, building your program, your facilities, and everything about it. I think makes you a tremendous candidate for full-time membership with CHSAA.
Love when we get to stand in front of you and it's easy.
Josh, I just wanted to commend you because, you know, we used to be in the 5280 league and we weren't in there together, but not every school is just, you know, do your sports registrations, the kids sign up and they come out and play, and you know, it's not all that simple. So you've done an amazing job of communicating and writing this ship, and that's taken a lot of effort. So
It has you. I'm sure many of you guys know how much effort that Josh and his team have put together on this. It's been a lot of work, and you know, we're really pleased with the progress we've made.
Well, we don't often hear it in athletics. Unfortunately, too often we don't hear it. But you should be proud of yourself and congrats on that. That's really awesome work you've done.
Now we just
For
need
sure.
a motion to make it official.
Yeah.
A motion that we
Should we
approve.
drag them out a little longer?
Full-time member of CHSAA membership.
Motion. We got a motion and a second to approve full-time membership. Is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Congratulations, you guys.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we are right on the back end of the agenda here. So we're going to turn it over to Bethany for.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She was packing up and leaving. I got a little nervous.
Pack it up. All right. Just for all of you guys to remember, and for those of you who don't know, we do have 7 new schools coming in, pending your vote, starting in the 26-27 school year. Those are listed here: Armaday Academy, St. John Paul the Great, the Steed School. Excuse me, that's wrong. The Steed School is not coming in. Abort. Chesterton Academy, DSST Elevate, DSST Cole, and DSST Aurora Science and Tech. They went through kind of the grilling and in-depth innocent classical mode. Thank you. They went through the grilling and like on the spot interviewing this past spring. And this committee moved them forward pending, you know, that they kept up the good work and there weren't any issues up until this point. They have all done an amazing job. All of those schools have found a league that have wanted it. So every single school has productively achieved a league. DSST Cole is choosing to go independent, and that's their choice, but everyone else is doing a great job. And so at this point, we just need a formal vote to move them from what is the word? To probationary from prospective. There's a lot of P's. So currently they're prospective members. This will move them to probationary, and starting next year, they will have a 2-year probationary period, acting in the full capacity of a CHSAA member school. Yes. Yes. Yeah, no problem.
You said the grilling and interviewing, and
It is. So it's about a 2-year process for these schools to go through. They have to formally apply in January of the odd years. Like I said, this past January, and we as a staff, and then I bring some of the board of directors members and a couple other like league presidents into these meetings. We sit down for about 2 hours. They fill out a membership application and we make sure that they're adhering to the CHSAA bylaws. you know, that they have the minimum number of sports, that they're making relationships with their league, they're, you know, able to host games, they're attending games, they're treating officials well, anything and everything like that. And then we kind of go through that grueling process. And then this past spring, I presented my recommendations for these schools to this group. There was one school that we did not move forward, and they just didn't meet the minimum standard. So this is a big group. I think we're going to see it. It only happens every 2 years. And so for 7 new schools, and we're talking about those classifications, these are all around, I think maybe Armaday is the only 1A school, but they're at the 2A, 3A level is typically where they come in. So, and then currently I've got a whole nother group of schools that are actively trying to work towards membership, and then we'll meet with them in January 2027.
The process is a little bit different with a public school, because they can come in under a district.
Yes.
So this is private and charter.
This is, so the curious, not to derail, because I know we're so close to lunch, but the village, the problem or not problem with the village is that they came in under District 20, so they didn't have that full vetting. So when you come in under a school district and your school board aligns, you know, is the same entity for these charter schools, then they kind of skip that 2-year process. And it's like I believe in the next 2 years, Brighton High School or Brighton School District will have a new school coming in. Riverdale Ridge when they came in, Severance when they came in. It's just a different process.
And what is the probation exactly mean? Just like we're keeping an eye on you?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
And
then postseason and all
everything totally eligible. And then in 2 years, they'll come back to this group, and as long as everything's good, they'll be moved forward. In this case, that was the only school out of the new group, the new school bunch 2 years ago that wasn't doing amazing, and they admitted it. And so, yeah. They don't have the facility, so they did not actually apply. So they were just off about an old.
Matters, but this would push us above 380 schools, which is a new milestone.
Just a general enrollment trend you see with the new schools that are coming, it's almost all public charters and the 300 to 500 kids.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. This is the first time that 3 private schools have come in, I believe, since Valor Christian. So Armaday, St. John Paul the Great, and then Chesterton are all 3 privates. The rest are typically charters.
All right, so I believe what I'm hearing is we need to make a motion, and I think we vote on all these. We have the option to vote individually or collectively. I think we opt to vote collectively on this one for one vote. And so we need a motion to approve these schools from prospective status to probationary status. Motion? Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Kruger, I believe that is the agenda.
Supposed to come up there.
Yes.
It was close to 12:30.
I started boasting and bragging and.
Yeah, that'll teach you.
In Hawaii.
About that.
Kathy and I will take the information that was approved today. We will put it into the CLOC committee report. We'll send that to Patrick and also send you a draft. Please understand it's a draft and it's not meant for sharing until we share it out officially on Monday morning. We'll also review it as a staff on Monday. So we will get that to you by the end of the week, so you'll be able to review it. And then if you have something that catches your eye, please email us. Looks good, you're good. Don't feel like you have to reach out. Only if you see something not okay. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate if you think something on the way home or anytime. I can't tell you how much we just truly value you, and this is not an easy committee to be on. It really isn't, but it's an impactful one, and the work that you do is so, it's selfless, and it's also You put yourself out there. It's vulnerability for you. As a leader, we get that. And I hope that you know that any decision made, it's not personal toward anyone. It's not personal toward a school or a community. This is to really think about where do we go with this whole thing holistically. The last thing I'd say is we adopt this new process, please know that we'll be monitoring. There's going to be things that we couldn't anticipate or we didn't think about, or, there's a lot of fundamental changes that we've made for this process. And I think overall, I feel so much better leaving today than I did 3 years ago. I can tell you that. That's just me personally. But I know that we'll still have efforts that we need to make to communicate, touch base with schools, to continue to try to be transparent. And make sure that schools know that we are supporting them and serving them. And the work you did today is so indicative of that. And so I thank you on behalf of our staff, for your time, your expertise, and your wisdom. And I'd also say on behalf of the board, and I think Reed and Patrick would join me in that, and our board members, and thanking you for that. So.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. We do need a motion to adjourn, I believe, right? I'm just not tired of saying this whole phrase. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Second?
I second.
Second. We got a motion and a second to adjourn. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? All right.
Thanks, team.
There is lunch.
Yeah, or
Right here in the
dinner,
other room.
lunch, dinner, whatever you want it to be.
Thank you, Mr. Book.
Thanks, Mr. Book.
Great job today, everybody. Thank you, guys.
You, it's nice to meet you both.
Yeah, it's good. 285 close.